Supervisor Gray, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Certainly. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. The purpose of this, well, first of all, would the clerk of the board read our 9 o'clock, and that'll tell us what the purpose is.
So this is a fiscal year 2019-20 budget study session, and it includes all county departments.
Okay, this is the first of two this week. The second one will be tomorrow, and I'm going to turn it over to our CAO, Ms. Riggs, for some opening comments. I think she's got a tag team here that is going to inform us of some very important things.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator. With me is Debbie Batista, our Auditor Controller, and Sarah Carrillo, our County Counsel. So what I wanted to do was set the stage today for the intent and purpose of what we're going through over the next few days and actually over the coming weeks, really. The meeting today is really, today and tomorrow, we are not asking the board for direction. It is for informational purposes. It allows a time for the board and for the public to get as much information and education about the program so that when we ask you for decisions in the coming weeks, you will have a better informed platform for making those decisions. So that's the goal here. I have a few things I wanted to kind of go through just to kind of set the stage, and then we can get started. So some of the questions have been, why are we here? And we are here because our current organizational structure is not sustainable. And our budgeting process over the years has included a multi-year budget process. And a few years ago when we did this, we were projecting at one point almost an $8 million deficit for the year 1920. Because of those actions that we've engaged in over the years, it has been reduced significantly. But since that time, there's been other actions and other items that have happened, such as more realignment, more reform programs, and more decreased funding from the state and federal level. So as what I just said, we continue to see a decrease from state and federal funding, and while that happens, we're seeing an increase in mandates at the same time without providing funding for those same mandates. When we hear about realignment and reform mostly at the state level, what that means is they're pushing those services down to the local level. An example of that might be when we saw where the state had to reduce the number of prisoners that they had, their inmates. What we saw was a complete change in what took place at the local level in our jails and in our probation and court systems. Departmental revenues, as I mentioned, while we have increased costs in both personnel, salaries and benefits, and our services and supplies, the revenues are not keeping pace. The responsibility at the local level to provide services for those who commit crimes have continued to increase, which really has reduced the flexibility for your board to provide any other ancillary programs outside of public safety. And that is why we see the majority of the discretionary revenues are directed towards public safety. For that very reason, those state and federal mandates continue to increase, meaning they want more services for those that are in our locked facilities. So with that being said, our purpose for today is transparency. It's time to allow the department heads to address you directly and to educate you about the services and the programs and the individuals that they serve. This is also the beginning of a process to redefine how our local government and how it is that we provide services to our community. And then finally, the primary focus, of course, as I just said earlier, our organizational structure is not sustainable as it currently exists today. So this is the beginning process where we look at what do we need to do to create an organization that is fiscally sustainable today and into the future. Many individuals are going to hear terms that they may not be used to hearing, such as mandated programs, statutes, regulations, essential services, and programs. I want individuals to realize that these terms are generally defined at the federal, state, and or local level, and those definitions come from maybe the Constitution, state and federal law, legislation, or by a local ordinance. And then finally, this is really important to me. While the next 2 days will be challenging, we are very excited to engage in such a transparent budget process. It is my hope that this process is not used as a platform to tear down departments or individuals, but as an opportunity to inform and educate those involved. We understand the sensitivity of these discussions that will take place, as every program and service that we provide is important to someone. Services and programs serve our community, and therefore it becomes very personal when these discussions can include elimination or reduction of those programs or services. It is my hope that as we engage in this process, that we will keep a positive and objective environment, and that I would like to defer to Debbie and then for Sarah for any comments they may have to add.
I just want to thank the board and thank County Council. I feel like I've been saying the same thing for the last 3 years, and it is now time for us to deal with our deficit spending that we have done for the last couple of years. And this is a wonderful process in order to get to that point. The only way we are going to change our county government is that we need to get into a position, and it won't be just this budget year. It will take us some time to put everything into place. But that we get to a place where our revenues outpace our expenses versus our expenses outpace our revenues. And that's where we are now, and that's where we've been for a while. So thank you for putting this process together.
Good morning, board members. So I have a feeling that during this budget process, one issue may come up, and I just wanted to address it from the outset, and that is the public or even your board being interested in potentially contracting out certain types of county services. So I've drafted a memo that is available for your board. It's also available in the back for the public. And just very high level, the government code constrains the county's ability to contract out, and that's Government Code Section 31,000. And it allows the county to contract out for certain special services, meaning those services that are beyond what county employees can provide. They are not the usual, ordinary, routine services that county employees perform. And they are considered special when it's someone or an individual that has a certain expertise that can perform the service. So contracting out a service based on cost savings alone is prohibited by law. It's also a bargaining issue. So should your board through this process decide you have questions about potentially contracting out certain types of services, we would ask for time to review that matter. We'd also ask that we have time to meet with the CAO and Human Resources to talk about some bargaining impacts as well. And I also want to make it clear that there is a distinction between just contracting out versus the county stopping doing the service entirely. The county can absolutely stop doing or providing a service, but if you're going to contract it out, we have to do further legal analysis. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, with that said, Mr. Chair, you have a list of the departments. They have received that list, and they're aware of their order.
Okay, I have some opening comments of my own, and this is really for both the public and our staff. First of all, for the public, I'm not sure that you really recognize, I hope you do, the level of effort that a process like this entails to come before this board and do the presentations that are going to be done today and tomorrow. Never mind the time spent in here today and tomorrow, but the time preparing for that. This is a transparent process. I hope you appreciate that. The flip side of that transparent process is every one of our employees knows what we're going through, and every single one of them has some anxiety about the future in their lives, okay, that might be impacted by this process. So I hope the public understands that as well. This is not pleasant. It's not fun. And none of us are looking forward to it. But as Ms. Batista said, it is necessary. Ideally, we would have done this earlier, but circumstances didn't allow us to do that. So I hope the public appreciates both the anxiety level and the level of effort that the staff has put in, and our staff leadership. Thank you very much. So staff, leadership team, all of that, from me personally, and I think from this entire board, thank you very much for doing this, and we're looking forward to hearing and sharing with the public your presentations today. So I think I've got a batting order somewhere in here. The first one, I believe, is community resources. And before we get going too far, we will have public comment at the end of every major staff presentation. I'm not sure how each of the departments are going to present, but we will have public comment at the end of each department presentations. And I am going to limit it because we have a lot of information to get through, and the primary purpose of this is informing the board. So I am going to limit public comment to 2 minutes. So those of you, while you're thinking of things you want to say, please try to think about how to say them most briefly and still get your point across. We are interested in your comments. We are interested in your views. So with that, Mr. Gonzalez, or whoever your spokesperson is.
It's all of us, sir. Thank you very much. Good morning to the board. My name is David Gonzalez. I'm your Community Resource Agency Director, and for those in the audience, Chairman Rutherford, members of the board, CAO Riggs, and Council Carrillo, thank you for this opportunity for my department to present our information from Community Resource Agency and our team today. Let me introduce Quincy Yaley, sitting directly beside me here, our Assistant Director from Development, and Kim McFarland, just beyond her, for Assistant Director from Public Works. Behind me, you're going to see many of my managers and our staff who are here to answer any questions that you may have and provide you all the information you need to deliberate your decisions going forward. And they're located here behind me. We will be presenting our operations for the general fund areas. Those impacts for those divisions under the non-mandated and mandated scenarios. We will be very clear, direct, and timely to allow you ample time for questions and dialogue at the end of our presentation to ensure the board adequate time for questions from staff. This budget crisis will push each person and the department's creative side to open ideas and thoughts we once thought were infeasible or unachievable due to our past perceptions and views. CRA and every department head that I know and interact with, as well as our CAO's office, are committed to improving and innovating to ensure our community can thrive. Next slide, please. We will not read slides to you. That's an insult, but they're here for the public as well about what the Community Resource Agency does. Our Community Resource Agency employs professionals with years of experience to help guide our customers through the many twists and turns of government processes to help them achieve their goals and projects. Combining that support with oversight is necessary to ensure greater quality of life for everyone in our county. Tuolumne County residents and visitors depend on us to educate, empower, and to oversee our growth in our community. Public safety is one of our greatest responsibilities to our residents, as our residents and tourists enjoy dining out, traveling, and recreation and commerce. Our community unknowingly relies on our team. Our division, our department, provides land use, transportation, public safety, and overview for the divisions you're going to be reviewing here today. Next slide, please. Here's some kind of reminders for us that we keep close to our hearts as we go through our daily tasks, to remind us why we perform our tasks. The public safety related to construction is imperative, a non-visible item that we take for granted when nothing happens. We don't have buildings that collapse here very often because, or issues like the Berkeley balconies collapsing, it's because our staff, the staff behind us, carefully balance our inspections and review processes. Our environmental health department and team is available to respond to necessary unexpected health and safety risks during all times of the day and night and seasons. They're also here for our building and planning and other departments to safeguard our patrons for those unseen issues that we see in our daily lives. Such as when we visit a restaurant, we take it for granted and unknowingly put our trust and faith in our teams that our facilities are safe and clean. Next slide, please. CRA is a leading team member and an important factor in our economic vitality. Our community relies upon us to help coordinate these projects to the systems, complex systems, to ensure that they are successful to the best of our team's ability. Our recommended initial budget submittals include significant reductions that will assist the county in tackling our budget shortfalls. CRA staff will continue to work internally to ensure that we deliver adequate services to our community. We are acutely aware of our actions and the severe impacts to other departments and our health and safety of our community that our decisions make. As you're fully aware, these adjustments will cause significant delays to both projects large and small, and we're prepared to answer those. Next slide, please. This slide depicts the 5 divisions that we will be discussing here today in detail from both Quincy and Kim. They're the 5 general fund divisions. They are housing, environmental health, planning, building, and survey GIS combined. There are 33 full-time general fund staff in there. They generate approximately $1.4 million in permits and compliance fees revenue. The environmental health department processes 300-plus facilities that I was mentioning earlier for inspections and safety. In 2019-20, there was approximately 2,000 residential lots maps that were processed by this team as well as all the others. And we also provide these divisions, as well as all the others, provide support to the board's priorities. Slide. An overview of the future impacts for CRA is important to overlay before Quincy and Kim go into the details. There will be delays in ministerial and discretionary permits. It'll impact our customers, which will greatly affect how we interact with them and our team and how we adjust to that. Impacts to health and safety, as I mentioned before, will also be impacted. Elimination of programs that are a vital part of our environmental and cultural fabric here are also being affected. There's a likely increase for increased land use conflicts. Delays in capital and development projects will occur. The limited cross-sectional support, cross-functional support from our GIS, fire staff, and OES will be affected as Quincy and Kim will go through those details. That's an overview. I'm going to turn it over to Quincy and Kim here as they go through the details of that. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. We're going to start with a discussion of the mandated versus non-mandated tasks that CRA does. And just to set up how we got here was had each manager look at the different major components of the programs that they operate. We worked with county council to identify which of those were mandated under a state or federal law, or identify if it was mandated under a local government, local ordinance. Then what we did was we zeroed out all of the FTE allocations to those non-mandated tasks and looked at where we ended up. What was the difference between the FTE time spent on all of the tasks versus the FTE time spent on just the mandated tasks, and that's where we started. So this is a picture of a baby, and we're not babies at CRA, but we do enjoy mobiles. And what we have is the CRA mobile, because CRA doesn't work in silos and it doesn't fit a traditional org chart. Our divisions are fluid. They move back and forth. They interact with each other. And one division cannot operate without the other. Otherwise, our mobile will be out of balance. And so we've got our main general fund divisions up there, but we also interact with our partner division in CRA, which is Public Works. So we'll start with the building division. Under mandated tasks for the building division, this includes the majority of our building permit process, such as application processing, plan reviews, inspections, and occupancy certifications. It also does involve the operation of the 4th floor development information counter. The second mandated task in the building division is code compliance of substandard housing. And we'll be talking a lot about code compliance this morning. Non-mandated tasks that are allocated to the building division at this time would include enforcement of cannabis. And lastly would be code compliance for non-substandard housing complaints. Those would be zoning violations, sign violations, or noise violations. You're very familiar with those calls you get from your constituents. If they're not related to substandard housing, we're not mandated to respond to those. The next division to tackle is the planning division. Mandated tasks within the Planning Division include implementing the Tuolumne County General Plan and the zoning code. It also involves overseeing LAFCO, Local Agency Formation Commission, which has to do with annexation and special district boundaries, as well as the ALUC, which is the Airport Land Use Commission. One of our mandated tasks in the Planning Division is the processing of land development applications. This would include site development permits or subdivision maps of the like. Another mandated task is our SMARA compliance program, which is our Surface Mining and Reclamation Act program. We do have just short of a dozen active mines in Tuolumne County, and your Planning Division staff does provide annual monitoring and inspections of those, which is required under state law. Another item our Planning Division does is CEQA review for public works projects and capital projects. This is a situation where we work closely with your engineering staff as well as staff in the CAO's office to provide guidance and oversight of CEQA projects for CEQA review for county projects. The Planning Division also provides mandated CEQA review of grading permits. We provide oversight and processing of maps through the Subdivision Map Act, as well as implement accessory dwelling unit ordinances, which are mandated by state law. Non-mandated items that the Planning Division tackle would include Title 14 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, which centers around the preservation and review of cultural resources. Another non-mandated task that we work on is the Williams Act program. This is a Land Conservation Act program that provides tax reductions for landowners who commit to keeping their land in agriculture for a minimum of 10 years at a time. Support for board committees such as the Housing Policy Committee, the Planning Committee, and the Historical Preservation Review Committee. Another non-mandated task is our cannabis program. Land use and zoning compliance, mentioned that before. And lastly, zoning affidavits. These are a small but important form that we work closely with the county clerk's office when folks come in for DBA applications, and they need to check to see if their business that they're proposing is a legal use in their zoning district. Environmental health, they got the most mandated programs of anyone in CRA. There's lots of rules and regs that environmental health has to oversee. Some of the high points, or the more important ones, obviously inspections of our food facilities, our CUPA program, which involves tanks and hazmats, emergency response, as well as overseeing our solid waste facilities. For non-mandated tasks, one of the things that environmental health is not mandated to do is to participate in our CEQA process. That's a task that could be left to another division, but using the environmental health expertise is critical on projects and would lead to challenges if they did not participate in that. In the housing division, we've got our housing element, our mobile home rent control ordinance, as well as a number of grants and programs that the housing division administers with state and federal funds. And for non-mandated services, the majority of it is participation in local housing committees and coalitions, some of those which do determine funding recipients for projects.
The Surveying and GIS group is a small one of just 4 highly skilled, highly trained, and in the case of the surveyors, licensed individuals. When we were tasked with breaking down the mandated work, we were surprised that many of the critical tasks performed by this group that support development, Office of Emergency Services, and internal capital projects are not actually mandated. The mandated tasks, such as certifying final maps and parcel maps, are as important to development as the non-mandated tasks on the right, such as lot line adjustments, resubs, and mergers. By no means is this list a comprehensive list of tasks.
So now we'll go into the discussion of the impacts, which talk about our minimum mandated budget scenarios, as well as our recommended budget scenario. And I just want to be clear that when we use the word recommended, I'm sure other department heads who are going to speak to you today would agree that it's not like we're recommending these budget scenarios like we would recommend a plumber or a good book. These are not recommendations, but proposals. By no means do We feel good about saying the word recommended, but we are here to participate in the county budget process and the restructuring of the county, which we fully support. So this is a picture of a four-way tug of war, and a former employee, Duke York, used to actually have one of these in his office. And the four-way tug of war is relatable to, in fact, that if one division pulls too hard on the resources of the CRA, the other divisions will fall. And so you'll see that play out in the difference between the minimum mandated scenarios and our recommended scenario, because if we pull too hard on one division, the whole agency will collapse. Another thing that I'm sure other department heads will attest to is that we have such great employees that when they see one division being pulled too hard, they will compensate. And mostly this is in the fact of our managers and our assistant directors and our directors who aren't hourly employees, but who will put in the extra hours in order to keep CRA afloat. So I don't think any other agency that you're going to see today would be be different in any other way. But a concern we have is if we don't eliminate programs, that employees will compensate and they will burn out. So for the building and environmental health divisions, when we looked at the mandated versus non-mandated tasks, eliminated out the FTE allocations towards those mandated tasks, what we see is a delay in the reviewing of both building and environmental health permits. We're guessing that this is a 4 to 6 week delay, but my managers behind us have indicated that this is a problem that compounds itself over time, that the more you get behind, the larger the load becomes. And one of the things we've eliminated in the budget is outside plan check services, which is a line item that we do rely on when we get a backlog of projects, is we rely on hiring out, sending out plans to help kill that backload. Another would be limitations in environmental health's ability to respond to health and safety emergencies. Our environmental health division manager, Rob Koslevy, is currently our only employee who is certified to respond to these emergencies. And Rob works morning, noon, and night and is available 24 hours a day at the beck and call of the county residents in order to address hazmat situations. That would be impacted under the future scenarios. Delays in inspections of food facilities and closures of businesses until environmental health can investigate. Right now we have an immediate response time. If someone calls and tells us they see a mouse in a restaurant, we send somebody out to investigate that and to do a survey. But under budget scenarios, we might not be able to send people out, and so we would just have to close the restaurant until we could get there. Temporary food facility permits is another program that environmental health operates. It's very common, especially during the summer months, for our inspectors to be working after hours and on weekends. And we would need to alter that program, which could jeopardize health and safety of people attending those events. We also will have no code compliance for non-land use issues, which would result in an increase of work without permits and land use conflicts, which would result in an increase in your phones ringing. Lastly, we would be eliminating the cannabis enforcement. You are all here. Most of you were here when we went through that process. Looking at those minimum mandates and seeing what are the impacts of those, and therefore what would our recommendation be, is we would recommend to reinstate a minimal code compliance program that includes land use monitoring. This would also reestablish revenues in the division. We would recommend reducing inspection staffs but that would result in no more the ability not to do next day inspections, and it would push those inspections out 2 or 3 days. We do have we have several vacant positions, and so this recommended scenario does recommend not filling a vacant permit tech or a senior environmental health specialist position. In the planning division, the future of CRA is that all business would be required to be conducted with an appointment, with the exception of handing out zoning or handout information. It would extend our time that we would be responding to questions from the public. We would no longer do zoning affidavits to verify zoning information, and we would also expect to see a 4 to 6 month delay in the processing of discretionary entitlements such as general plan amendments, zone changes, and site development permits. Applicants would be required to submit their own CEQA documentation. This is with mostly addressing the need for initial studies. So if a project is not exempt, an applicant would need to take on that cost of hiring a consultant to provide the county with the initial study. That can be upwards of $10,000, more closer probably to $25,000. We're proposing the elimination of the Williams Snack program. We currently have, about 126,000 acres under the Williams Snack program. This is a land use control program that mostly impacts western Tuolumne County. We would be proposing to eliminate that program. Also, no more support for for BOS committees, as well as a significant reduction, if not elimination, of Title 14, which manages cultural resource protection. Under the recommended scenario, we would eliminate a vacant planner position, and we would expect the same results to happen. Housing, a little bit of a bright light. After looking at the minimum mandated and our recommended scenarios, we think that we can operate the housing division at the same levels with just a little bit less administrative support in a reduced budget scenario. It could lead to delays of processing of some of our applications. It also could lead to staff not being able to be as responsive to grant opportunities, but we think that we can maintain the integrity of that program moving forward. Now I'll turn it over to Kim for the final discussion here.
Yeah, so impacts to surveying and GIS. GIS mapping and interactive tools that support other agencies will no longer be available under the minimum mandated scenario. GIS staff will support CRA work only. The survey counter, which has a great deal of walk-in traffic, would be closed, and surveying requests would be by appointment only. The map room connected to the survey counter has town site maps and materials that date back to the 1800s. And if not supervised, we have concerns that these important documents will be damaged or worse, go missing. With only one surveyor and one GIS, there will be long delays with capital and development projects, and public works services will be greatly impacted. Therefore, we are recommending that this group of 4 remain as is, fully staffed. As far as administration, while we were looking at our mandated tasks, we realized that there may be some non-mandated work performed by administration that we could possibly reduce. But of course, there would be impacts to our business, such as delays in HR evaluations, outdated website data, and our overall ability to provide good customer service through timely responses via phone, email, or in person.
Okay. So as I stated before, we're trying to give an overview and allow you ample time to proceed with questions of us. So a summary. The development information counter is a possibility that we're looking at closing 2 days a week to try to maintain that process and minimize those delays and impacts. Code enforcement would be limited to life and safety health violations, leading to increased zoning violations and lack of enforcement. The reduction in support for solid waste is obviously it's likely to have some increased dumping, increased processing times for building environmental health permits. It could likely lead to, without that third leg of the stool, lead to delays and lack of enforcement and permitting and construction without inspections and permits. The elimination of code compliance will lead to lost revenue if we do that. Recommended health and safety, understaffing environmental health will be affected. And the capital and other county-sponsored projects will be impacted, as Quincy had mentioned before. Next slide. We did, in our own budget spreadsheets, we looked at the scenarios to try to see where we would normally input our budget stuff, how these scenarios affected that bottom line. This is not necessarily the bottom line, and I want to make sure we stress that is the county is going to actually receive, because there are mandated costs and things that go into this that are fixed, as Tracy and Eric has elaborated, I'm sure, upon to all of you, is there are things that are just going to occur no matter what. These are just examples of what our scenarios and how they showed savings going across the board. Next slide. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have, and staff is here available for you as well.
Okay, first I'm going to open up to the board for questions, and I'll start with Supervisor Gray since he got his hand in my face first.
That's because I'm so close to you. Question on the Williamson Act. Does that mean that all the Williamson Act contracts will be eliminated?
If the county decided to eliminate the Williamson Act program, we would undertake a process to put those contracts into a non-renewal status. It would take approximately 10 years for those properties to come out of the Williamson Act, and then they would no longer have those land use controls or restrictions on them. This scenario creates work for other divisions and agencies in the county. This would severely impact the assessor's office, and if we go down that road, we would need to be working with Canaan to make sure that he would have the staffing levels available to provide that support.
Okay, so it would stay status quo as far as the contracts.
This contracts would be the status quo for 10 years.
Okay.
For up to 10 years.
They would be actually, the value would be reduced, and so you could see a conversion at year 7 or 8 of those properties to other uses.
Yeah, and typically,
Canaan's in the back, and maybe he can.
yeah. From a land use perspective, though, typically what we would do is we do start accepting development applications for Williamson Act land prior to them exiting their contract. And then we go through that CEQA review process, and then once they exit, then they can begin with the development.
So we would still continue that type of work.
There would be from the planning division side of it, there would be an initial push in the next fiscal year to get to a mass non-renewal of those projects, and then we would be sitting back and letting that process and that time frame expire. Okay. Other departments would have other impacts.
All right, thank you.
So as you bring a property out of Williamson Act, you slowly begin to restore the assessed value back to the factored base year's value over a 10-year period of time. We have to calculate those with Excel sheets and formulas just within our office for all those contracts. I am aware of other counties that have just frozen Williamson Act, meaning that they just don't allow it going further, but those still in it, they maintain. And it is a 10-year process to go ahead and bring a property out of the Williamson Act to go ahead and allow those benefits. And I have heard of other counties possibly doing direct charges for Williamson Act to try and restore just what the general fund would have received should it been assessed under Prop 13.
In addition to that, from a planning standpoint, the Williamson Act program that our planning division administers isn't just taking whole pieces of property in and whole pieces of property out. We bring to you throughout the year a number of projects that involve lot line adjustments or sales of properties where we have to enter into new contracts to recognize new property boundaries or new property owners. And so that's where the work would end on our part, is we would no longer be accepting those applications to allow those movement of property lines or change of ownership to happen. They would be in non-renewal status, and it would severely limit what landowners could do until their contracts expired.
She is correct on the compatible uses. It does require kind of enforcement of what's allowed in Williamson Act, and if there's any deviation from what was proposed, it does need to be reviewed by them and permitted.
Okay.
Follow-up question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just, I would be interested in knowing the actual cost, that savings for that particular piece when we get to it.
Sure. From a planning standpoint, it's probably about 0.25 FTE of a planner time. So if you take a planner salary of $70,000 or something like that, all in with loaded, it's about a quarter of that in terms to staff-wise to administer that program. One thing I think you'll hear from department heads today is that when you have less programs to operate, things get simpler. And so when we start to say, well, we'll leave a piece of that program and we'll leave a piece of that program, and those are still all moving parts that your assistant directors, managers, and directors have to manage. And so, yeah, we can look at modifying our programs, but we're giving it to you the whole enchilada here of what taking the whole thing out.
Supervisor Brennan.
And just for the public, so they understand, you mentioned the total acres of Williamson Act. Can you put that in a percentage of what that equates to in the land base that is not governmental?
I will look it up right now and answer that question for you.
I think it's in
before
the
we leave.
90 percentile.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
area.
I've got it.
Thank you.
And there's also a revenue side of that as well, is there not?
Limited. It's just I'm going to round it and say $1,000 at the most for a Williams Snack contract. We just updated that it was several $100s.
No,
and-
I'm talking
I'm
about
sorry, go
property
ahead.
tax revenue.
Yes, Kanan.
So the Williamson Act offers a benefit to the property owner in reduced property taxes.
Yeah, okay. So it would be a revenue to the county and an additional tax burden on the landowner.
Correct.
Okay, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just have one question. With so the county currently provides applicants assistance with CEQA documentation, and so under this proposal, that would be the applicant's responsibility to hire an outside agency to assist them with that. The goal of that, I guess, is to free up time for county staff to do other responsibilities, or is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know about how many hours per week or in a given time is dedicated to that? What percentage of county staff time is devoted to CEQA documentation for applicants?
Sure. An initial study that's for a simple project is going to take you upwards of 80 hours to write. More complicated projects that are still an initial study, I've seen reports back on our timesheets over the past number of years that you can get closer to 200 hours. Environmental impact reports, I just want to make sure we're all clear, those are required to be prepared by an outside consultant. So I'm not talking about the preparation of an EIR. It's really limited to that middle level of CEQA documentation, which is called the initial study.
Okay. And is what's being proposed, is that typical among other counties, or?
It goes either way. I've seen counties up and down the state that require an applicant to hire a consultant to prepare that study. It's a significant cost for you to bring in a consultant to prepare that study. Yeah, it's probably closer to $25,000 on top of your application fees that you pay already. The county has elected to generally keep those in-house, A, in order to reduce costs for the applicant, and B, to maintain control over that environmental document. When the documents become outsourced, they become, you get a variety of types of documents and analyses that are returned to you. And so when you have that control kept in county staff, you're getting more of a guarantee of a consistent analysis between projects.
Okay. Do we assess any kind of fee for that service?
Right now, the application fee for a CEQA exempt project is less than the application fee for a CEQA for a project that requires an initial study. So we capture the revenue as best we can in that initial application fee if an initial study is going to be required. But we don't charge our fees on time and materials, and so when we went through the fee study update with some of you last year, we sort of average out what we think that what it's going to cost to write an initial study. When a project comes in the door, we don't necessarily know how controversial it's going to be or what the resource issues are going to be and how much of an in-depth of a CEQA document you're going to need. So some projects, in terms of time and hours spent towards the initial study, are astronomically larger than other projects that require a more simple initial study. We don't have a mechanism in place to account for that delta difference.
Okay. But so that work is going to be, even if there is some revenue recovery there, it will be far less than what it would cost an applicant to hire somebody to do the same.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You got it.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Any public comment on Mr. Gonzalez's agency's presentation? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. You're dismissed, I guess. And next we have Mr. Richardson from General Services. at your discretion.
Good morning.
All right, General Services Agency, thank you. I'm Daniel Richardson, the General Services Agency Director. I have with me Ed Hogue, one of our facilities manager. Let me give you an introduction to what General Services Agency is and who we represent. So, General Services Agency, we create community and we provide quality of life. We talk about general services today. You're going to hear about library. You're going to hear about recreations, veterans, facilities. These are the agencies that bring together the old, the young, the rich, and the poor. For mothers, grandparents, and caretakers, they bring their children to story time at the library, where they intermix, they learn, they do crafts, they dance, they play. The libraries invite all, from the homeless person to the after-school children, to find refuge from the heat and the cold to do their homework. They meet friends. They apply for jobs. If you were to visit a pool today, you'd find families, groups of preteens who are enjoying an afternoon swim. You'd find the older generations in the morning exercise in the pool on pool noodles to Beach Boys tunes. If you go to Standard Park, you'd see softball teams tonight with players from churches, work groups, making new acquaintances. Some are going to lose and some are going to play, but they're going to laugh, they're going to have fun. They're going to create community. If you visit Standard Park in 2 weeks, you'll see the magic of Tuolumne County Youth Soccer, where you have 1,000 children out there playing, all managed by volunteer organizations. You have families who gather to cheer on these kids. This is community. When you talk about GSA, it fosters volunteerism, the spirit of library volunteers. You look at all the Special Olympics volunteers, their sports coaches. We provide venues where the community comes together. Recreation provides mentoring services for employing approximately 60 teenagers each summer. These young adults where they learn the critical employment and supervisorial skills. I had 10 of them at my house the other night where they laughed and played and enjoyed camaraderie. Economic development. When we talk about softball tournaments, we bring in scores of teams from all over California who come. They stay in hotels. They eat at restaurants. The Veterans Services brings in millions of dollars to this community. These are those who protect our freedoms. We provide them with their benefits. GSA enhances our quality of life, and they bring the flavor and the zest to our community. Let's go through each of our divisions, and we'll address each one separately, and I guess we'll take questions you can after each one or at the end, at your discretion.
However you want to do it.
Probably best do after each one, because some will have specific comments dedicated to recreation or library. Facilities, we'll see, Ed. So facilities management. What do we do? Ed, you want to give us a quick introduction?
My name is Ed Hogue. I'm your facilities manager for the county. Who we are and what we do. We have 15 full-time employees in our division. We have 2 part-time office staff. Of the 15, we have 6 full-time maintenance, 6 housekeepers, and 1 groundskeeper. The difference between our department and a lot of other departments that you're going to be hearing today is we don't have a lot of programs. So when you're looking at our budget, we are more of a support organization, and we basically support every individual employee in the county in their workplace, and also the community for different parks and recreation areas that we maintain right now. Next slide. So our core services here at the county is we maintain currently approximately 600,000 square feet of county-owned or leased properties. We complete approximately 3,500 work orders annually. Those are the requested work orders. that come in where there might be an emergency, there's something that's broken, heating and air issues, all those types of things that are out there that come up every day. Our housekeeping staff maintains 30 buildings daily. So we have the 6 staff are out there in 30 buildings doing the trash removal, restroom cleaning, lobby cleaning for the public, vacuuming, all those types of housekeeping services. And then we have 1 groundskeeper on staff that is attempting to maintain the 99 properties that the county owns or leases right now. Next. Our program statistics, these aren't favorable numbers for us, and I apologize, but this is where we're at with our staffing levels of today. Our average completion time to actually close a work order from the date that it is assigned is approximately 34 days. That sounds like a really long time, but in reality, we always take and prioritize our work orders depending on life safety. So if we have something that's flooding or causing damage to a building or those types of things that are going to affect our employees or the public's use of our facilities, those become our highest priorities. And then other work orders such as painting, those types of projects are really pushed out quite a bit. And that creates a longer average time because we're not able to do a lot of those types of smaller projects and work. Right now, our current staffing in our maintenance division allows us to complete approximately 14 work orders a day, and we are actually losing ground daily. When I came to work for the county 11 years ago, we proceeded to work through attrition. As people retired, we didn't replace folks. We're actually down 10 employees in the last 11 years. So we were at approximately 26 employees full-time, and we are now down to 15 full-time. One of the other things on this slide is small projects, construction projects. We're no longer doing those. So if we had to, say, put up a wall or put in a door for privacy for a manager, those types of projects we've been have come out of our schedule, and we are now having to look to hire contractors to do that work. And as all of you understand the prevailing wage issues that we have here in the county, these projects now are a lot more expensive than they would have been otherwise. We've done some small projects, plumbing projects and whatnot, that sometimes they're 2 and 3 times the county's cost to do the same work if we were doing that work in-house.
I might also mention that it takes a lot more time as a result of hiring outside contractors.
Yeah, just to clarify for the public, prevailing wage requires, the law requires the county to contract at what the state calls prevailing wage, which is higher than the market wage in our county. It is set actually by the market wage in the Oakland area. And so when we do have to contract out, we are required by state law to pay that wage. So that is what the term prevailing wage means. Go ahead. Thank you. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Yes, please. Okay, so the next slide is we're talking about our budget. This year, our overall budget is approximately $3 million. And if you look at our budget is broken into basically 3 different sections. The first section on the slide is utilities and leases, and there's a few contracts that are in that. And those are numbers in reality that I cannot adjust in my budget. That's the light bill for this building and every other. I can't just tell everybody we're going to turn the lights off. And so over a third of my budget, basically, I can't adjust. So when we look at reductions in my budget, we're taking it out of the other 2/3. And the other 2/3 of that budget is all of our maintenance supplies, and that includes a lot of things. That's all the nuts and bolts it takes to keep these buildings together. air conditioning units that we have to buy, and all of the supplies for housekeeping supplies, the toilet papers, all those types of things, our vehicle repairs and fuel. So there's quite a few different things that's in that portion of it. And then the last portion is actually our labor portion, which is about $1.3 million. And of that $1.3 million, we actually have a revenue offset from other non-general fund departments that we work for that they pay us. So they pay us the full bore loaded rate for us to do maintenance and housekeeping in those facilities. So when we end up looking at reductions in staff, we also have to look at potential reductions in revenue, or if we don't reduce revenue income coming in, we have to extremely reduce the services to general fund organizations. So it sort of makes it an unfair process where we would serve somebody that pays and don't work for somebody that doesn't, basically. So at the end of this number, we're looking at about a $2.6 million and change annual budget for our department, which in our proposed budget, we had actually reduced our budget by almost $400,000 through savings, and we're renegotiating contracts. Everything that we can think of that we are cutting out, we're trying to cut out of the system. One of the other problems that we have right now with our budget and our staffing levels is our maintenance, our preventative maintenance has really slipped here in the county because we do not have the staff to provide the level of service that we need to do. And what that is causing is we're becoming a reactionary organization. So we basically just put out fires. We're not out there finding the things that need to be addressed as small issues to save us money in the future. An example is this building here. This last fall, we lost one of the compressors on the chiller. Cost us over $20,000 to replace that potentially could have been a minor repair if we could have caught it. So as we're moving forward, not being able to provide our preventative maintenance for the buildings, we're actually increasing the cost to our budget through emergency repairs, and some of them are getting pretty large. Moving on to our recommendations, I am not looking at asking to reduce any staffing. I'm actually asking for augmenting 2 positions, which I know that's not a popular thing to talk about today, but we're in dire straits. And with the new jail coming on after the first of the year, we're going to be expanding out about another 60,000 square feet. And we'll be looking at, between that and the backlog of work that we have right now, either in preventative maintenance or actual work order requests, we're going to fall either even further behind than we are right now. And then the other augmentation that we were looking at is for our groundskeeping position. Our groundskeeper, Susan Longeaway, incredible employee. If you haven't met her, she's one of the hardest working people you'll ever come across. We are literally burning her out day by day just because of the magnitude of work that she's trying to accomplish. And the other issue that we have is anytime she takes a vacation or if she is sick, we don't have anybody to cover that position, and then we have issues with landscaping and all those costs. And as we lose things out there in our landscaping portfolio, at a later date when we do look at having to bring those back on, those landscaping projects are quite expensive, and that will be a future expense to our department. The third recommendation is we are a supporter of the probation work release program, and we are because they provide us daily support in my division by at least 2 FTEs, maybe 3. They do a lot of the backbreaking moves in our office moves as departments move, or we just went through some building changes. Those types of things. They help us in our parks. They go out and pick up trash. They do a lot of manual cleanup when we have homeless issues. There's just a multitude of items that they help us with. And if there's any possibility, we're hoping that the work release program can be at least maintained at the levels that they are at today. So on our menu of options, we don't have a lot of things to look at cost savings. I mean, we've been going through these budgets year after year, cutting and cutting and cutting, and I think we've pretty much got to the bare bones of the projects now. But if and when we do look at closure of either programs or county facilities, those need to be looked at as actually getting out of these types of buildings, because our insurance company through CSAC makes us maintain vacant buildings the same way that we maintain this building right here. So for example, like when the jail moves, we will still have to maintain that jail building until that building is no longer a county asset. So there's a whole level of things that we have to do so that even though we close a building or a program, if we do not get out of that facility or completely close it, it's still incurring costs and time in our department. And then the last thing is, if we do reductions in services, we would suggest that we look at the Tuolumne Rec contract that we have today to bring it in line with the services throughout the general services or the general fund departments, and make sure that we're providing the same service in Tuolumne as we are in the rest of the county, because right now we do contract out with the rec district for landscaping services up there and housekeeping services and some minor maintenance issues. And I believe that's everything that I have.
Okay. Questions? Supervisor Gray.
Going back to the contracting out work in lieu of staff doing it, I'd like to have some idea of the cost in related to, how much we contract out and how much would it cost if we had a person doing that. So I think that would be important for us to know.
Other questions?
Supervisor Gray, clarification, is that for just general housekeeping, for example, in Groveland, or is that for plumbing and electrical?
That's for everything that you may contract out, and if we're paying prevailing wage, would it be cheaper or less expensive to have a full-time employee doing that versus the amount of money we're spending on the contract? And I know why you do it, because you don't have the person available.
Yes.
I certainly understand that. But maybe we're shooting ourselves in the foot.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
Quick question. On the facilities, for instance, when they move out of the jail and they go to the new jail, is that a mandate or just direction from C?
It's actually direction from our HR department from the insurance company that we have to maintain these buildings, and we can't, for example, if we don't maintain them at a certain level of a certain standard, say if there's a water leak in that building while we aren't paying attention to it, and it were to cause thousands and thousands of dollars, they're not going to be interested in covering those costs because we're not maintaining all of the things that the insurance company makes us insure. So it's, I guess, an insurance company mandate. It's not like a state or federal mandate.
And then on, for instance, like landscaping, maintenance, do we use our jail crews to offset some of those costs?
No, the jail crew does not work for any, or for my department. As far as I know, they only work for paying outside agencies.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that's just what I understood.
Sorry, is Bill in here? No.
No.
So they do a little bit, they do a little bit for us, as we've seen them do, help us out with OES and some other items, but they don't do that type of work that you're speaking to.
Could that be looked into
Probation
moving?
does.
Could that be looked into moving forward if we're going to be filling a jail up more in the future, offsetting some of those costs with utilizing jail crews, free labor?
Well, like we said, it's not free because they do charge for their services. They do help if you're willing to pay for it.
They as in
The
jail?
jail inmate crews.
Yeah, it's a revenue source.
Right.
So if you're taking that, you're taking from one department and giving to another department. That's the problem.
Yeah, in one priority area, because I think they're doing a lot of work on vegetation management.
Exactly.
projects.
Okay. Public comment on this one?
Good morning. Thank you for holding this proceeding. I'm Tony Krieg from Tuolumne Park and Recreation District, and we've enjoyed many years of providing you service out there. And just want to reiterate, not only do we provide all those maintenance services, but we also are your representative to the community as far as renting those facilities and taking care of them. And we enjoy doing that. Everybody that works there is a part of the community. And so working with Ed and all these years, it's been a pleasure. I just want to say that, and I'm really talking about GSA now, is my dad once told me there are three things people need. And that's someone to love, something to do, and something to look forward to. And what GSA provides is that something to look forward to. It's that little bit. It's like walking in here and the carpets are clean. It's like wearing a fresh suit. It makes you feel so much better. And anytime you lead people, it's one of the most important things is morale. And recreation and library and all those things are like your hand to the community. And so when it's easy to cut these costs. They don't seem essential. But the bottom line is that it makes life so much more enjoyable. And there are so many people that are served because of it. And most of the people who are in this profession don't do it because of the salary, because they're easy to cut. I mean, everybody knows it. They do it because of the love in their heart. So when you're thinking about these positions and these facilities there, or these services that you provide, and I'm preaching to the choir here. I'm just saying this for the fact that it just hasn't been said yet. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. It's going to be hard for the public, but I'd ask you to try and help us here, because we've got several other departments, I think, in Mr. Richardson's agency, and we're kind of crossing lines a little bit with the public comments. This was about facilities, not so much about recreation. So please, I'm trying to do the public comments the best way that I can, but please keep your comments to the subject. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Well, I would follow up with Mr. Krieg's point a little bit, because like the museum over here has a really wonderful patio that can be rented out for activities. So it needs some maintenance because it's old. But I think we need to be cognizant of what we do in this county, because I want to know whose bright idea it was to plant grass over at the Veterans Hall. Grass is very expensive, and it needs a lot of maintenance, and I see Susan out there once or twice a week, and she has to cut the lawn, and you have to water it, and you have to do this, that, and whatever. And we have all this grass in Courthouse Park, which I guess is nice, but then the dogs pee and poop there, and it needs water, and it needs maintenance, and it needs weeding. And we really ought to look at what we're planting in a lot of places, because grass is very high maintenance.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to ask about the status of Kennedy Meadows. It's my understanding that it is owned by the county and leased out to a private party. And I'm wondering if that, and the maintenance is provided by the county, if that's correct information. It's incorrect.
I believe that's incorrect, but Mr. Richardson.
I was just wondering about the amount of rent they pay, if it's reasonable.
Yeah, the county has a contract, a lease with Kennedy Meadows Resort to actually run. The county does not maintain Kennedy Meadows. They do it on their own. They do provide revenue. They're a concessionaire to the county. They provide a percentage of their gross receipts to the county. And so we receive that directly into the general fund. It doesn't come through facilities or general services agency.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment,
Provide a little more clarification on the Kennedy Meadows piece, that there is also a fund set up that is not administered by the county, that if there are projects that are done at Kennedy Meadows, that fund, and that's associated with, help me out, Daniel.
The concessionaire revenues come in, and then we have a fund, and then we can allow it to be spent on
Correct,
projects
but there
at
are
Kennedy
also
Meadows.
additional dollars that go to any large projects that are done up at Kennedy Meadows.
The Stewardship Council has
Thank you.
grants
The
available
Stewardship
to them.
Council.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have other departments?
Yes, let's move on to veterans.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ed.
Wow. They brought you.
They brought
Wonderful. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Vicki Sides with me from the Veterans Services Office. This is one of our bright, shining offices that receive visitors every day to provide them with services benefits. So let me give you an introduction to what they do, and Vicki, feel free to. She's the one who actually provides the direct services and much more knowledgeable than I am. Like I said, they provide disability benefits to veterans. They do DMV verification. Those license plate monies, they receive them. They also provide burial benefits, grave markers, medallions, burial reimbursements. They provide life insurance. Also, dependents indemnity compensation. And you can see that the money that's received for that, $1,600 to $1,900. Education benefits. We help not just the veterans, but also spouses and children can receive education benefits. And also benefits for health, so that they can continue to be rehabilitated and ongoing health. So, moving on. So how many people are we serving at the Veterans Office? Currently, we have 12,666 cases in our Vet Pro. That's our computer system. That's a federal computer system, that state level computer system. And of those 12,000 cases, 6,000 and some change are actually active cases that we're working on at any one time. So how much money does the veterans bring into the county? This is mind-boggling to me. Compensation and pension dollars, over $22 million. And new awards, almost $2.5 million. And then you have aid and attendance additional dollars given for $200 to $800 additional monthly monies are received for veterans and their families. So it's a significant, when you talk about economic development, over $22 million, and that's annually, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's annually. So you think of this community, that's a large amount of money. You think of the economic development that happens with that money. We have a large veterans population. We currently have 2.98 FTEs that assist the veterans in applying for benefits. We have a net county cost of just over $202,000. This is actually, we have one vacancy there, but it's 4 bodies consisting of that 2.98 FTEs. So potential solutions, not that we recommend these, but we need to list them as possible. If we eliminated one of the FTEs that is vacant, what will we see? We'd have reduced outreach, delays in providing veterans benefits. If we eliminate additional 0.5 FTE, we would have no one at the front desk to greet people. They wouldn't be able to log in when they come in. There would be privacy issues, increased wait time. And this individual does a lot of also conversion of paper to electronic documents. And here are the dollar amounts that you would save if you don't fill the vacant veteran service representative position of $55,000, or if we were to eliminate the 0.5 FTE, almost $16,000. Like I said, we don't recommend these, but they are a menu of options for the board to consider.
Okay.
Veteran services.
Just a comment for for a return on the investment, this is probably one of our biggest return, I mean, real dollars, not quality of life, not anything, but real dollars into our community. This is probably one of the biggest returns on the investment that we've got. It'll be interesting to see what kind of, if we need to go down that path, what kind of efficiencies that we can find, restructuring that we can find, and that kind of stuff. But just a comment. Obviously, I have a passion for this one, but I think everybody has a passion for something. So I'm not.
I think we talk about dollars, but you also talk about quality of life for
Yep.
the veterans.
Yep. So, but anyway, having said that, any other questions of staff on this from the board?
Just real quick, you said the 2.98 positions was actually 4 bodies?
That's correct.
And so if we did cut 1 or 0.5, what would that be? We'd be down to 2 or 3 bodies working in there?
Correct. You'd be down to 3 if you cut one position.
You basically have 2 part-time.
2 part-times, okay.
Yeah, you have 2 part-time positions down there, and you have 2 full-time positions. One of the full-time positions right now is vacant.
Correct.
Okay. So from a personnel impact situation, that's an easy take, but that really hurts the work level down there because. Not to minimize anybody in that office, but those 2 full-time positions are the people that interact with the vets. Okay, they're the ones that are talking to the vets, and Vicki is doing all of that right now. So that's anyway, or a lion's share of it. I think Deb's helping you a little bit, but
she is.
Yeah, so
she is.
Public comment on this one, please. Come on up.
I guess I just need a little information. When you talk about veterans, I think federal. Is there any federal money that we receive to augment these programs?
How it works is, how it works is we have to be trained and accredited with the federal government, Department of Veterans Affairs, and the state. The money trickles from feds to state to county based off of what we do, how much a veteran receives, how often we go to training and conference, which is mandated 3 times a year.
Okay.
So
The monies the veteran get come from the federal level.
Yeah.
Those monies they spend within the community. As far as our funding, it's based on a workload, certain claims we do for disability, pension, compensation, health benefits equate a workload, so to speak, which equals, not to get too far into the weeds here, a subvention funding that we apply for every 6 months to get from the state via 3 different parts of a program.
Okay, so if you're down 1 employee, you're going to do less and you'll receive less revenue.
Correct.
Quite possibly, but like Carl, my passion is with veterans. I love what I do. We've maintained a high reputation in this county, and so I do my best to continue that because they're the reasons why I get to do my job every day.
Yeah.
So the answer to your question is yes, we do get state funding that partially pays for the services we provide. Doesn't pay for everything. There is
Correct.
general fund money that that is applied to the program. And yes, obviously, anytime you reduce personnel, you're going to reduce productivity. So, and that will impact the state money that we get.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing none, who's on deck? Thanks, Vicki.
Thank you.
Go back and help our vets.
I shall. I probably have a lobby full.
Library's next.
I just would request that everyone introduce themselves so that I have their names in the minutes.
Public is not required to identify themselves.
Staff, actually.
Sure.
Thank you. I understand.
Okay. So we have our library department. Today with me I have Deb Sampson, our library director. So we have our library mission statement. We promote literacy, culture, and goodwill. So we're grateful that we have a wonderful library system, and today we're excited to reintroduce it to the Board of Supervisors and to the community. Exactly what do we do at our 4 branch libraries and our bookmobile. So let me give a introduction. I'll hand some over to Deb to present as well. So we provide adult and family literacy services. We provide tutoring at all branches. We have 35 residents. It's wonderful to watch this process take place as they teach them the English language. We also have a bookmobile. We have 270 people who take advantage of this as it travels around the county to those who don't have good access to branch libraries. Oh, thank you. We also have, we have the Groveland Branch Library in the South County that serves almost 5,000 residents and vacationers, checking out about 11,000 materials annually, newspapers, databases. We provide computer help, printing, copying, scanning, you name it. We help them with their technical issues. We have public computers at each of our branch libraries. We have English story times, bilingual story times. We have a Writers Guild, book club, and these serve as warming and cooling centers. So this branch is open 23 hours a week. So moving on to the main library, the Sonora Main Library branch. This serves the entire county, many of whom are below this poverty level. Many don't have access to internet. They check out over 113,000 items, 28,000 newspapers, audiobooks, ebooks. The library is much more than just a physical book location. We also have many hours, over 11,000 hours of public computer use. We have book discussions, story times, children's programs. We also host grief support groups. We have ESL conversation clubs, English as a second language, literacy grammar clubs, bilingual story times. The Sonora Main Library is open 40 hours a week. Moving on to Tuolumne, we own this building. We serve the residents there. We provide, in addition to the regular services, afternoon snacks and fresh vegetables. We have over almost 12,000 visitors each year. Similar services at the other libraries. 20 hours a week this library is open. Moving on to Twain Harte Branch Library. A service area of about 11,000 plus the vacationers because the Miwok and Pinecrest branches were closed years ago, so it's a greater area. We have almost 12,000 items that are checked out each year, newspapers and the rest of the computer services that are offered at the other branches. We have sit and knit groups, book discussions, adult game days that are happening. It's really a gathering place for the community. And then this library branch is open 20 hours a week. And we lease the Twain Harte Branch Library. That's the one branch we do not actually own a building. So our adopted budget, our net county cost is $1,153,000 and change. And we're recommending today a slight decrease to that. We do not charge for library services unless you don't return your book. Then we can place fines. But other than that, it is a free service. So solutions. Let me just go through these and tell you the pros and cons. Many communities, well, not many, but some have privatized library services. This is an outsourcing, a privatization. It doesn't lead to a lot of cost savings, and it leads to sometimes decreased customer satisfaction, and it would be difficult to blend with our current county structure. If we were to eliminate branch libraries, that is obviously a cost savings. However, as we've done this analysis, you still have the basic infrastructure of books and electronic services that you need to still acquire for whatever branches are left. If we reduced services at branch libraries, story time, computer access, reference desk information, reference subscriptions on the computer that may reduce some. If you eliminate the bookmobile, this bookmobile, the physical bookmobile, is approaching its end of life and needs to be replaced, and the circulation has somewhat declined. This is an area where you could eliminate this. However, many citizens do rely on the bookmobile to get library services. Or if you did a reorganization and operate with a different library leadership structure. So here's your menu of possible savings. If we sold library materials, you may save $3,000 a year. If we remove the bookmobile from the road, it could have a savings of $36,000. That's a 0.6 FTE. If we don't renew some databases, about $6,000. If we didn't replace the library assistant that's vacant, there's $8,000. There you have the branch costs, the Twainhart branch, savings of almost $82,000. That, of course, is going to be the highest because we don't own a building there. Then if you close the Tuolumne branch, a savings of $36,000. If we reduce the book budget somewhat of $10,000, if we cut the literacy program, interesting program because we receive grant funds to run the literacy program, so there's not as much savings as one might think. And then if you just reduced general other services of the library, story time, teen programs, we have virtual reality and children's events that could equal an FTE. That's $50,000 savings potentially. If we didn't offer public computers, that would be an annual savings of approximately $10,000. We do have to replace those computers, and then you also have the annual software licenses. And then if you organize the library leadership, you could have a savings of $100,000. We do not recognize these. We have two tens there, I see. We don't recommend these, but they are a menu of options for your board to consider. So that's library.
Just to be completely clear, we've already instituted the selling of used library materials. We got the go-ahead from Debbie Batista, and so that is underway. And if we cut all relief staff, that would save $55,000, but that would also lead to a reduction in services because we wouldn't have people to run the story times and the programming because we'd all be out, at the circulation desk. One other thing that I should probably mention, the American Library Association does a public survey every year of public libraries. And for a community the size of Tuolumne County that has 55,000, the average full-time equivalency of staff is 27. We are operating right now at 12.5. So that's why I can't really recommend any further reduction.
I have a question.
Yeah, I'll ignore you this time, and I'll go to Supervisor Brennan.
Thank you. On the bookmobile, because I think there's a program also, and help me out here, where maybe it's through Meals on Wheels, where we're supplying books through another piece, because there's an important interplay there.
One of our relief staff took it upon herself. She calls it Books on Wheels. Books on Wheels. And she works with the senior center that's right next door to us. And she's reached out to those people who get Meals on Wheels and found out what their reading preferences are. And she goes through weekly and chooses books for them. She has a little spreadsheet of all of their likes and dislikes, and she takes their phone calls. And this is another one of the services that we would lose.
So the bookmobile would not impact that program area?
Right. But reducing relief staff would.
Okay. Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, on the Groveville Branch Library, we partner with Stitch under a contract for them letting us use the facility. And the trade-off is that we do some general maintenance there. Is that correct?
Yes, Ed would know more about that, but he does have someone on contract over there.
But there is no direct charge from Stitches for the use of the facility.
No.
And I did get a copy of that contract. I think that we have it goes to 2022, I think, somewhere. in the neighborhood. Once you lose a relationship like that, what my fear would be is that it becomes a complete museum and then no longer available for a library. And it's, in my opinion, a pretty sweet deal what we have with them right now. So
The Friends of the Groveland Library also pay about $10,000 annually towards relief staff salary up there. So
okay,
that's
so
another
there's a big contribution to that. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Supervisor Camel.
So the Tuolumne Township branch, that's owned by the county, correct?
Yes.
So reducing or eliminating services there would, we're only talking about employees and the electricity and the books and.
One half.
Okay,
one
so
half
what would happen to that facility if we stopped using it? We would still have to maintain it, or so there'd still be a cost associated with having that property, I assume, right?
Yeah, I would assume that the CAO would look at relocating somebody out of rental floor space into
Right,
county-owned.
if we were not using it for the library, we would be looking at it for whatever uses that it might offer. But you're correct, there's no rent that we pay there, but we would need to keep that building up, as you heard earlier from Ed, because it's a county facility.
So, okay.
Closing branches, by the way, would also lead to costs for removing the equipment and the books and storing, if possible. I don't know how much space the county has for storing
Okay.
these types of things.
Okay. Public comment? Come on up. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Malcolm Carden. I'm the president of the Friends of the Tuolumne County Library. This lady behind me is actually my vice president, so you'll be hearing from her too. I don't have a lot to say, actually. It's been very educational sitting here this morning and hearing some of the ins and outs of the county. I've learned quite a lot, in fact. And I want to thank Daniel for putting together his presentation, especially on the library. I know Deb had a big part in that as well. Friends of the Library, for those of you who don't know, has a membership of about 400. That includes our two associate groups, the Friends of the Groveland Library and the High Country Friends, which covers Twain Harte. By proxy, however, we represent the customers of the library. And these customers are the people who take the programs that have been described and also have library cards. And one statistic that hasn't been mentioned is that there are actually 29,000 operating library cards in this county, which is something like 55% of the population has a library card. So you can see the type of support the library system has here. But basically, we support the programs that the library puts on, and we also buy the library nice things, as you might say, like furniture and computer systems and window blinds for the meeting room is one thing we bought last year. So I'm not going to get into the statistics here. I think you all got a copy of the email I sent out 2 or 3 weeks ago. You know, that expressed my feelings about it pretty clearly. One thing I did want to point out, and this hasn't come up either, is that our library system here, we're the largest county in the immediate area, 55,000 people. The other counties have populations of 25,000 or
Sir,
less.
can you wrap it up, please?
Yeah, sure.
We do have a 2-minute limit.
Oh, okay. Our library system here is actually smaller already than Mariposa and Amador counties, both of whom have 4 branches. I just want to throw that in. That's about all I have to say. 2 other suggestions I might have. One is based on my career as a financial person. One is to put a more positive spin on what you're doing here rather than looking at it as a cost-cutting exercise or a zero budgeting exercise, to look at it as perhaps a county resource reallocation exercise,
Okay.
which implies you can take money and actually increase budgets.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your time.
Sorry to have to cut you off, but I need to enforce the 2 minutes.
I don't have a lot of statistics. I just want to say how much the library is loved. If you would walk in there any time of day, the computers are full. You hear the excitement in the children's library section. I mean, we are training people to learn, to love, to interact. A lot of those children wouldn't have that otherwise. It's just the variety of people that come in. It's a wonderful place. And I couldn't imagine closing down Tuolumne City Library. I couldn't imagine shutting down Twain Harte Library. The library systems take such a cut over the years. So please find it elsewhere.
Okay.
You know, TOT, I understand our TOT is very low in this state. We need to raise our TOT.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that might be on the table. Anyway, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Chairman Rotifer, members of the board, my name is Jaron Brandon. I'm a candidate for District 5 Board of Supervisors, and I'll try and keep it really short if I can, but I just wanted to urge you, I know you face an incredibly difficult scenario with the budget, but the library provides not only an important public space, I believe something that we can build on for programming, for classes. I don't believe it is just a quality of life program.
Medical.
Look carefully at the pictures on the white adhesive pad. Peel one pad from the yellow plastic liner. Look carefully at the pictures on the white adhesive pad. Peel one pad from the yellow plastic liner. Thank you. Look carefully at the pictures on the white adhesive pad. Peel one pad from the yellow plastic liner.
Okay, we're obviously in recess. Okay, I'm going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Gray is on his way. In the meantime, I do want to make an announcement about our unfortunate incident that we had this morning. And first of all, the family of the individual is very appreciative of everything that happened. The gentleman is in stable condition as far as we know right now and has been meta-flighted to Modesto. I want to thank all the, first of all, I guess if you got to have a heart attack or something like that, have it where you got a defibrillator and about 20 people that really know what they're doing is one lesson. But the family is very appreciative of those people that basically saved the guy's life, obviously. And I'm very appreciative of everybody that was in this room. Everything that I ask of you to enable that effort to have a good conclusion, you did, and I really, really appreciate your cooperation. So thank you very much. And again, as far as we know, the gentleman is stable and he is down in Modesto. So I think, at least for the time being, it's a happy ending to an unfortunate incident. And again, thank you to the people that participated in the resuscitation effort as well. And with that, as I remember it, we were in midstream of public comment on the library. So I would, I'm going to ask that if you have previously spoken in public comment, that you've used up your allocation. But those who still wish to speak in public comment on the library program are more than welcome to line up on the side wall. I see none. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Pardon me? Okay. Okay. So, in the interest of fairness, none of us remember what you said before. So, if you wish to start over, we'll start your 2 minutes over as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
So again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Jaron Brandon. I'm a candidate for District 5 Board of Supervisors. And I just wanted to say that our public libraries are a great treasure locally. I believe that they're high-impact public spaces. They're a base for programming and classes, and they're not just a quality of life program, but also an opportunity for people without internet to be able to apply for jobs locally, a place to be able to go find a safe place to hang out, not only young people, but people that are facing the summer heat and weather conditions outside, and a place for kids who would otherwise be needing daycare programming and other outside education stuff to be able to go and learn and have a safe environment. I know that it takes years to build the reliance, and I think the base of users for these programs, and to end them even temporarily could be really, really impactful in a negative way. I know you're in an almost impossible scenario with the budget, and everybody has, things that they want to be able to see supported. Nobody wants to make cuts. But I think that this is, per dollar, something that really helps our community. I also see not only as a quality of life program, but a public safety program, that $1 spent on trying to keep a kid in a bilingual education program, keeping them and reading a book and pulling out a childhood program there, potentially is going to be a curative thing instead of rather having social services or law enforcement for 20, 30, 40 years in the future. I think it keeps them in a really productive program. So I hope that this is a program you support and look on kindly. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Tom Parrington. I was a member of the 2016-17 grand jury, and part of our report was including the library. And the library has basically only gotten back to its the proposed budget of $1,250,000 is only back to where it was in 2008 and 9 before the Great Recession. And if you adjust for inflation, that's still about at least 10% less than it should be, or probably 20% less. And any cuts to the library will just be devastating. It's maintained a partial operation, and our grand jury recommended this board look into a parcel tax or tax increase to support the library, and that has not been done. And I'm very disappointed. I hope the budget won't take more whacks out of the library. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm the other Parrington, Augusta Parrington. This is my second time through trying to save a library. The other time was in Pasadena, which has a very active library program. I served on the library commission there, and they were able to pass a parcel tax. And that is something that I urge you to do. The voters supported it 3 additional times, and it seems to have worked very well. So I'm hoping, I urge you to please support or think about supporting a parcel tax for Tuolumne, which really needs it in our heavily rural community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this isn't my first time with the battle for saving the library and things inside of it, but I would hope that you could eventually have a listening meeting and let the public really help you understand why this particular item is so necessary for our community. I think you would hear that our community needs access to information in all forms, books, newspapers, internet, 6 days a week from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. We do not want to be a information poverty community. When our community has access to information, we have a community that's informed, educated, and involved. And that community includes from the richest to the poorest. The library is part of the infrastructure that supports a vibrant community, both economically and socially and culturally. Who will move here? Who will stay if we don't have a vibrant, working library? If we need leadership to make this happen, then let's make sure we hire the right kind of people to lead us to make this library a resource that our community can really thrive on. I raised 5 girls. We used that library 2 to 3 hours a week, checking out 50 books. Those librarians did not want to see us coming. But what my girls learned was that they could give back, and they learned how to shelve books in return for all the ones that they took out. Real dollars, the real dollars we should take from law enforcement so they don't have to use it, and use it in our library.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Daniel Champeau. I've lived here since 1974. My family and I use that library pretty much from the beginning when we came here. I've watched it over the years become a part-time library, and a huge amount of the resources that were in the library disappeared in the last 2 years. There was reference material that I have a friend who's a rare bookseller, and he said the motor manuals that disappeared, he said he has a standing order for $200 a piece for anything that he can find. And they were shelves of them just gone. You're cutting the library, or trying to, as the lady before me mentioned, you're trying to save money to fund law enforcement. Because if you take away all the programs that children are going to be able to use, you're going to need a lot of law enforcement. Maybe it would be better to fund something that will keep the children and the rest of the community away from law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to make one comment because it goes to something that our CAO said earlier at the outset. Okay, we are not here trading money from one program to another program. We're looking across the entire spectrum of our county government for ways to save money. So this is not one department against another department. So please, that's just for the public's information. And yes, ma'am.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all of you on the amazing way you responded this morning and saved that man's life. It was quite an experience to be, even as an observer. And I congratulate you all, especially Mr. Kirk, the way he just jumped in there with that and knew where to go. And I'm here in support of the library for all of the reasons that have been given both by the staff and by the community, as what a very important piece of the community fabric it is for so many people across the board. I would like to also raise an additional point. At a time when many of our institutions are changing and perhaps even falling to the wayside, we need our libraries for as a pillar of democracy. It's a place where all people can go and have access to information beyond Google and become well-informed citizens. And our newspapers under threat. So many of the institutions that we grew up with and are familiar with that helped us to be good citizens are in the process of change. And the library has been great about adapting with technology services, and it needs to continue to serve our community. I know you have a very difficult situation. You're in a real pickle. We need more education about how on earth we ended up in this situation. But if you expect us to support the cuts that need to be made, I would urge you to consider continuing the services of the people who are being cut and receiving the services. I hope that made sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other public comment, I think we're up to recreation. Is that correct, Daniel? So the Chinese fire drill begins. Thank you very much.
Okay. With me is Eric Aiken, our recreation manager, and Greg Pierce, who's over Standard Park. So we're going to start with youth centers. Pass those out. Keep one for us. So what are youth centers? These are diversion centers, we might call them, but they provide diversion activities for the local youth and they redirect them from other negative influences. We want to prevent them from getting involved in the activities they should not be involved in. We mentor them. We provide homework assistance. We provide life skills. We provide classes on cooking, sewing, knitting, gardening. We also provide them with healthy nutrition. We partner with SNAP Ed. We provide healthy snacks and meals and teach them how to prepare them. We have 3 youth centers, one in Groveland, Jamestown, and Tuolumne. The ones in Groveland and Tuolumne, we own the center. We rent space from the Jamestown School. You can also see that Jamestown has the greatest attendance at 4,100, followed by Tuolumne at 3,100, and then Groveland at 2,400. We have one employee that services each youth center.
What are the hours of those youth centers?
Eric Aiken, Recreation Manager. Currently, right now, the youth centers are open Tuesday through Saturday, closed on Mondays and Sundays. During the school year, we open at 11 o'clock till 7 o'clock at night. Some where we modify our hours, and it's 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Thank you.
So in terms of program costs, so that's the net county cost for these positions. That includes the salary of each staff member as well as the budgets we have for supplies for crafts and trips and things that we do with the kids. We do a lot of mentoring with the kids, and as Daniel mentioned earlier, trying to teach lifelong lessons. One of the big successful programs we're really excited about in Tuolumne is the community garden, and our coordinator has hundreds and hundreds of pounds of food that they've been able to give out to kids and families within the community. So, next slide. So possible solutions here. We don't charge for the youth centers. They're drop-in programs. And the youth that these areas serve can't really afford to pay like a daily drop-in fee. So there really is no fee that we could establish to offset the costs. One of the things that we've talked about as a department is to try and get out into the community to talk with different organizations to see if they'd be willing to sponsor a particular youth center ongoing. So reaching out to some of the organizations within Tuolumne County that might have means and might be willing to help support something like that. That would be a way to offset some of the costs that we wouldn't have to pass on to the kids that are participating in the program. One other suggestion would be to reduce staff from 1 FTE to 0.8. After the last recession, we did reduce staff to 0.8, so we did function in that capacity for several years. What that does, it really eliminates their administration times. There's not as much planning and stuff that can go into the activities that we do. It's pretty much just hours that we're open for the kids. And then your last option would be to actually close the youth centers, which obviously we're not recommending, but that, in terms of cost savings, that would be the last opportunity. So the last slide kind of shows reducing staff to 0.8 would save about $35,000. Closing the centers would be about a $216,000 savings. And our goal is to try and raise at least $10,000 per center by reaching out to local organizations. So that's youth centers. Do you want to go on to?
Okay. Any questions on the youth centers?
I have one question. With so when we're talking about the youth centers, what portion of those facilities are county-owned, and what portion do we rent out?
So right now, we have youth centers in Groveland, Tuolumne, and Jamestown. Jamestown's the only one that we currently rent, and we rent that from the Jamestown School District. It's one of the portables on their campus. The other two buildings, the county owns and maintains.
Okay. So with those, when you talk about closing them, there's still a cost associated with closing them. Because
and the Tuolumne Youth Centers actually, we share the building with the library. So half the Tuolumne Youth Center, half the building is the youth center, the other half is the library.
Okay.
So that one's kind of a joint shared, and we do a lot of partnerships and working with the library and programs that they work together on. Groveland, that's pretty much the only use, so that would be a vacant facility.
But I guess what I'm getting at is that closing them, you can look at the savings, but then we're still going to be spending money on these facilities, because if we just put a padlock on the door and walk away,
Correct.
They're going to rot and fall apart, and we still need to spend money to maintain them.
Correct. These savings would just be your staff and salaries and supplies and what we provide to the kids.
Again, I assume that the CAO would try to find either a tenant, a rent-paying tenant, or relocate one of our county functions that's paying rent now into a facility that was owned by us. Go ahead.
Question. The Groveland Youth Center was built with grant fundings. Is there any obligation to keeping that as a youth center because of the fundings that were received through the grant process? Or do we know that?
I don't believe so, but I'd have to check.
Okay.
Mo says no.
Okay. Same thing with Tuolumne. Is there any? Are we good on the Tuolumne facility? No.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you. I think I got an idea for you. Okay. Any public comment on youth centers? Seeing none. Next.
I have one question real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And maybe it would be you or Mo, but if the CRC building got built in Tuolumne, would we be able to utilize that as a youth center? And still maybe use that building for...
Right. Mo Frank, County Administrator's Office. As far as using the CRC in Tuolumne for a youth center, we could use it for activities. We couldn't move in permanent county staff in there on a full-time basis. The HCD, we consider that supplementation, but we could use it for programs.
Okay. So next up.
Okay, next we have Standard Park. Let me just go over the core services. And we have adult softball leagues. This is very popular. It's going on right now. It's exciting to watch out there, spring, summer, and fall. We have youth sports. We rent Standard Park out to a variety of youth sports organizations. They play, they practice. We also have community events. We have sanctioned softball tournaments, USA Softball, NSA. There are special events, alumni gatherings, church groups, youth camps use it. We also have Special Olympics. They're out there on a weekly basis. They have fun out there. It's great to see the kids and the adults out there playing. So on to statistics. We have about 4,000 to 5,000 adult schools. When you say schools, you have Somerville High School uses it, and others come and visit to play against them. We also have youth programming. Almost 2,000, 2,500 come, and Standard Park we think, we don't have a ticker at the door, but we think about 100,000 visitors each year. and we are staffed up at 2 full-time equivalents and between 15 and 25 relief staff, just depending on what's going on during a particular season. Go over solutions. Greg, you want to talk about this?
Greg Pierce, Recreation Supervisor for Standard Park. Our solution is for youth programs, increase the youth fees to full from 50 or to 50% of full recovery cost. What that would mean for a youth would be half of what the adults pay. Adult softball would increase per game fee from $45.25 to $52.50. We're looking at a gate fee, charge a daily entrance fee. That could vary depending upon the event that's out there and how to monitor that. And then tournaments, out-of-town tournaments generate a lot of income for the community. Those who know Lanny Conklin runs a lot of NSA-sanctioned tournaments, and she does 2 girls fast pitch tournaments a year. And when she's at full capacity, NSA estimates they bring about $400,000 to $500,000 to Tuolumne County in revenues from shopping at Walmart, Save Mart, hotels, etc.
So in terms of program costs and solutions, one of the things we ran into, we were asked to try and come up with what the full cost recovery would be. And you'll notice these fees are going to differ from what we currently have. When we did the fee study, actually was that a year ago or within the last year, we did a fee study there. And part of the way the calculation for the fee study does, it doesn't allow us to take in a lot of our overhead. It's direct supervision mostly. So with this cost, we had to include all that overhead in order to get a full cost recovery. One of the other things in the fee study for both Standard Park and when we get to recreation is the fee study is based on usable hours. What we actually had to go back and do was actually base the fee on used hours, so looking at what's actually used and what that would mean if those same groups came back, what it would cost them in order for each of these programs to have full cost recovery. So currently, the net county cost for all adult sports is about $86,000. The full cost recovery would be increasing it from $18 a field per hour to $105. The youth programming is currently about $159, just about $160,000 net cost to the county. Your board has been very gracious in sponsoring. We've always subsidized youth programs. We haven't recovered full cost for those programs. So that's why that number's higher, as well as most of our use is from youth. Again, if we go full cost recovery, that'd be go from $7.75 to $105 per field. Even though we're recommending this fee, I'm hesitant to recommend it because, as Quincy said earlier, it's real easy to put that fee down, but can people and can groups really afford to pay that? I don't know if that's going to be the case. So I think we would lose, especially a lot of our youth programs at Standard Park. It would become so cost prohibitive that they're just not going to use the park anymore. And as Greg mentioned earlier, adult softball would go from about $45.25 to $52.50 per team per game. So the last one is kind of some market comparisons. This is what other organizations charge for field rents. A big reason for that is a lot of recreation districts and departments are usually tax supported, so the tax covers the overhead, and then the programs typically are only trying to recover direct costs of the program. Since we're lumping in all the overhead with that, that's why that number jumps up so high. So you can see with these fees, we are substantially higher than anywhere else in the valley, and I think it's going to make it very difficult for a lot of our youth and even adult programs to be able to attend the park.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, when you say increase fee from $7.75 to $105 per hour, can you give me an example? You're talking like if on a Saturday Sonora Rec League is running out soccer fields, you're saying it's an hour, it would be $105 per hour?
So that fee is $105 per hour per field.
Okay.
So if you rent the whole complex, you multiply that by 4.
Okay. And right now, the current rate is $7.75.
Correct.
Okay.
And again, that's because we're including all the overhead, and the way that this is calculated versus the way we did the fee study was quite a bit different.
And your current fees are based on the fee study, correct? Okay.
Correct.
So if, I get it. So if we didn't want to include the overhead, we're back to the fee study numbers.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
And I just had a couple, just to clarify on these, when we're talking about 105 per hour, that's to cover all of the costs and not, we're just
That's
looking at.
fuel in the truck, mowing lawn, painting lines, making photocopy. That's every penny that the department spends. All so at the end of the day, the net cost for the department would be zero if we charged everybody 100%.
Okay, so we, on the one side, we've got the fee study that looks at what the community essentially can afford.
Right, now.
Then this is looking at what we need, essentially.
Correct.
To keep things.
And when we did the fee study, the adult fee came in higher, but we recommended a lower rate off what the true 100% was, just because we felt based on market comparisons, we were going to lose all of our users.
Okay. Is there anything that holds us to the fee study, or is that just recommended?
If you guys do decide to have us go down this road, we would have to go back and do another fee study and come back to the board to have the fee ordinance amended. But at this point, these are just recommendations.
So we're actually required to perform a fee study before we can do any kind of adjustments?
Correct. We'd have to modify the fee ordinance.
Yeah. The way you calculate fees, this is different than we've always calculated them since 1988. There's a calculation, a formula that we go through. This is using a different formula than that is, because we're talking full cost recovery, a percentage of Eric's time, not just Greg's time, but what it really takes to run Standard Park.
Okay. So I'm just saying, so we can't just split the difference and go with that. Okay.
No.
To be clear, once you did the fee study, because that's required legally to have any fee held up, then after that you could decide you want to charge a lesser amount. So you could charge less than what the actual cost is, but you need the study to determine that.
Okay. But in the case where we chose to charge less than the fee study said, like you were talking about that one instance, we could ramp that up.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And just so I'm bringing it from up here down to here, for instance, we have 2,000 kids who play soccer on the weekends. So if I'm paying 100 kids to sign my kid up for soccer at the $7.75 rate, which is in essence, that 105 rate brings it up 14.89% more. So what we could really see is that soccer program and other programs like that get decimated because parents would be able to afford the fees to sign their kids up.
I think of all the programs, soccer could handle it the most just because they have more kids to spread it out over.
Okay.
It's your groups like girls softball and those smaller groups that you're taking that increase in costs, and instead of spreading it over 1,000 or 1,200 kids, you're spreading it over 50, 60 kids. So that increase in fee is going to be a lot harder to absorb but yeah, it's going to hurt all those groups.
Okay.
Yeah, and we did a quick calculation, Erica, last night. For example, soccer, an individual may see an increase of $30 to their soccer registration fee, which is $90. They get them up to $120, versus softball may see an increase of $100 to their. That may be a little egregious, and a family may say, Sally, you're not going to play softball.
And that makes more sense. I wasn't taking into consideration 2,000 divided by the 107 times 4. So
It hurts either way.
Yeah.
Okay. Public comment on recreation? Going once, going twice? Got one. Yes, ma'am.
Myrna Doring from Jamestown and also a taxpayer. I'm just wondering what this program, has anyone looked into what this would add to our tax bill as a worthwhile investment? I mean, if you ask the community, I think it's a valuable investment.
Thank you very much. I think the answer is we're looking at all options. Any other public comment? Okay, Dan, one more. And again, we did have an unavoidable slight interruption So I would ask members of the public, if you're ready to make public comment, please line up on the wall. So one, I know, and two, there's no delays while we get people going back and forth. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I just wanted to express sentiment that if the fees do go up for a lot of these programs, one thing that we had in the UC system was anytime a new fee was created that would put a burden on students, there was a return to aid policy. It would return back 25% to be scholarships, financial aid for those that would be most impacted by those fees. I urge that if you get the chance to be able to consider if any of these fees for important programs do increase, that some folks will have a better ability to pay that. A lot of times I think the most impact it's going to have is on the folks that, parents are working hard, they're not able to be there a lot of the time because maybe they're working a minimum wage job, and having some type of a fee waiver to be able to offset that for those that would be hit hardest, and ask for those that are able to support the program the best, that it's the least impact for them to be able to support that fee and have that consideration. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And there's also the ability to do needs testing and some other programs as well. Okay. Seeing no more public comment, what's next on your plate there, Daniel?
Okay. Our last but not least is just core recreation. Let me just describe some of these services that when we talk about recreation. We're talking pools. We got lifeguards out there right now teaching swimming lessons. There's lap swim, aquatic fitness, pool rentals, family nights, recreation swim. Tiny Tots, this beloved preschool transitional kindergarten program that goes year-round and has been completely full this summer, by the way. Then you also have the summer recreation program. We provide the day camps. This is a great place for those to come, not just during the summer, but we also have spring break day camp there. We also have hall rentals. We rent various community halls and spaces around the county where people hold everything from churches to wedding receptions to meetings to clubs. And then finally, we have sports and cultural classes. We contract with a variety of instructors to provide sports and art and horse camps and all kinds of wonderful activities. So with that, we'll get on to the nuts and bolts of money here.
So this is the core recreation program. This is more geared towards individuals. Standard Park's typically groups that utilize Standard Park. This is geared towards each individual kid and adult in the community. So what we did is we provided some statistics for the different programs that we offer. You'll notice on the first page, employees is 0. So all these zeros, these are contracted programs. So we don't have county staff other than we take the registrations, we do the advertising, and then we receive 40% of each registration. The instructor receives 60%. So there is no county staff that actually works these programs. So eliminating those, we wouldn't be cutting any staff from that. So you can kind of just look through some of these. Some of these numbers look a little small. Some of those are max capacity. So again, baseball, basketball, 50, 70. So you can kind of look through some of the different statistics we have. Going through the next page, which you can see on Special Athletes Day, that's the track meet that we do at Somerville High School. It's typically a free event. It used to be Special Olympics, but now we're not partners with them. We can't use Special Olympics in the title. So Special Athletes Day is the event that we've done for, several decades now. We work with the county schools office in both here and Calaveras to work with their special needs communities to put on an event for the day and celebrate them in a fun and exciting way. We typically use 15 to 25 relief employees and volunteers for that. Rotary and Kiwanis both graciously volunteer and work the event with us. And then you got our spring break day camp. We typically have about 6 to 10 seasonal employees depending on how many signups we get for the program. Our summer rec camp is anywhere from 175 to 200 kids each summer. A lot of those kids are all day. They're there from 7:30 in the morning till 5:30 at night. It's an opportunity for families to have a safe place for their kids to go while they go to work. So we have a lot of working families that utilize that program. And we typically, again, 20 to 25 seasonal relief staff. Again, that depends on what sort of signups we get. Our registrations this year were a little low, but as you guys can remember, we had the whole issue of getting that going and finding a facility. So starting late, our registrations were down a little bit, but I would anticipate those coming right back. And then tennis camp, Tiny Tots, we have about 350 pre-Ks that attend that program throughout the year. And then again, going right into the next couple programs, the next one that we staff is our youth track meet. Again, that's another free event that we provide to the community. And we have about 10 to 20 relief staff that work that. Lake Don Pedro, we do swim lessons a couple times, a couple sessions each summer down in Lake Don Pedro at the Hacienda Pool. So we'll staff and run those programs. The next page is kind of the pools all kind of thrown into one. So you can kind of see in terms of what sort of relief staff. Probably anywhere from 40 to 50 relief staff is required to run the pools each summer, and it kind of talks the attendance that we have at each of those. So anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 people participate in our public swims, which is our rec swims, our fitness classes, our lap swims, and family nights. We do anywhere from 125 to 390 swim lessons per pool. Sonora's is down, but part of that is in negotiations with the contract with the high school. The high school wanted more of the evenings for some of their sports programs, so we lost some of our evening lessons, which kind of impacted our bottom number there. So that's why that number, typically that would be up quite a bit higher, closer to Twainhart. And then we do offer the pool for pool rentals pretty much any time we don't have a program going on. So these are the number of participants that utilize each of those programs. And the next page talks about program costs. So all of our contracts, direct costs, they actually generate a little revenue. But when you add in all the overhead to the department, there creates a net cost to the county. So you can see each one of those, $500,000 net cost to the county. Full cost recovery, we'd have to increase each fee by about 1.5%, 1.5 times, not 1.5%, 1.5 times. And that's because every dollar we increase, we're actually increasing our costs by 40%, because 60% we're still paying the contractor. So as we increase the increase fee to the instructor, so we would have to increase each fee by about 1.5 times. So we're recommending no changes to those fees at this point, mainly because if we start getting too high, we're going to start losing users. And that overhead's not going to go away. We still have vehicles, we still have clerical staff, we still have all those sorts of things. I think we stand a better chance trying to get more people into the program at a lower fee than charging a higher fee, and then that gets reduced. The revenue gets reduced to the county. So for all of our contracted programs, we're recommending no fee increase to kind of leave them where they're at. Firefighter training is currently free. We're looking to either increase that fee to $25 to recover our costs, or possibly even eliminate this program. This is something we do in partnership with the U.S. Forest Service. They have started doing some without us, so it's not like it would completely go away. They would kind of take that on themselves.
How is that any different than some of the programs that like CAL FIRE, County Fire have?
They're almost the exact same programs.
So we could redirect those people. They would still have access to services and those kinds of things.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So again, you can kind of go through each of these. The lifeguard training's one that full cost recovery would be about $400 per student. We know we're not going to get people signing up for that. We already struggle now getting lifeguards certified and hired. We're always short-staffed there, so going to the full cost recovery there, I think, is going to bite us in the long run, because we won't be able to staff all the programs at the pools because we're not going to get enough people certified. By going to $200, we still have the hiring incentive, which after they work 100 hours, they would receive $300. So it would still be a net positive to those that received employment with the county. So we're looking to increase that cost from about $170 to $200 per student. Soccer camp actually has been so popular, they've actually been in the positive. So that's kind of a nice thing to see. So no changes there. Special Athletes Day, we really would like to keep that free. It's such a great event for those athletes. For just under $1,000, I think it's worth celebrating them for that one day. Spring Break Day Camp, again, the full cost recovery would be $186. We're looking to raise it from $75 to $100, which would still leave a net cost to the county of about $3,500, just under $3,500. Summer recreation.
One question.
Yeah.
On these fees for like a camp, okay? So let's say the Spring Break Day Camp. Is that per day or is that for the entire camp?
That's for the entire camp.
Okay.
Some of them are different. Some of them are 1 or 2 days. Some of them are a week. Some of them are a single day.
Okay, can you characterize what the per day cost is on, say, average?
Yeah, the Spring Break Day Camp is a week program.
Okay.
So it's
So-
so $20 a day is what it would be.
$20 a day?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So summer recreation, again, the net cost of that right now is $34,000 and some change. To full cost recovery would be $349. We're recommending $200, which would be still a net cost of about $23,000 to the county. Some of these programs, and as we get into aquatics, one of the issues that we're going to run into, especially with aquatics, is 2/3 of our supplies and salaries is already going to be spent by the time the board adopts the budget. So some of these impacts we're really not going to see until the following fiscal year, because most of the aquatics program happens in July and August. So we're only looking at maybe half a month in June. So we're not going to see some of the full impacts, especially when we get to pools. So again, the last page talks about some of the last couple ones of our contracts that we do. Again, golf lessons is another one that's been in the positive. It's actually been pretty popular. Most of these have been growing, so that net cost has been coming down year after year. So the next one is we're getting into aquatics. So for Columbia Pool, for all the pools, we currently charge $2 for children, $3 for adults. Full cost recovery would be $12 for children, $18 for adults. We know that kids and families are not going to be able to pay that. We have a lot of kids that unfortunately use the swimming pools as daycare. They get dropped off for swim lessons at 9 o'clock in the morning. They're done with their lesson at 9:30, and they sit outside the gate and wait till 1 o'clock when the pool opens. Then they come and swim from 1 to 5, and then they wait till 5:30 for mom and dad to come pick them up. So we do provide that service, and we know that going to full cost, the kids in this community can't afford to come every day like they do now. It might be once a week. So we looked at more of an increase to $4 and $6. Again, the net county cost doesn't go down a whole lot, and again, that's mainly because we're going to already have expended most of our July and August monies now before the budget's adopted, so we're only going to have a couple weeks in June to try and make up some of those costs. Swimming lessons currently is $30.50. Full cost recovery would be $84 per lesson. We're recommending to raise the fee to $50. Again, that would be a pretty significant increase, but that would kind of put us in the middle to top tier of market comparisons. When you look at the valley, we would be kind of in the more middle to top end of what people charge for swim lessons. And then pool rentals would go from $60 an hour to $90 an hour. So Don Pedro is going to be the same thing. The fees for all the pools are going to be the same. Just the net county costs are obviously different because we have different staffing levels at each of the pools. So you can kind of go through each of those. Sonora Pool's substantially higher than the others because we do pay the high school $15,000 to utilize the pool each year. So we have that cost before we even offer a single program. So that's why if you'll notice Sonora's net county cost is quite a bit higher than the others, is because we have that rent cost that we have to pay. That's the other thing. We're going to be paying this summer's rent out of this year's budget. So that rent's already, we won't save that by closing Sonora Pool. We would be paying for the summer we're currently in this fiscal year. They typically bill us after the summer's over in September. So that savings, if Sonora Pool were to not happen, wouldn't be seen until the 2021 budget. So again, you can kind of take a look at Twain Harte and Tuolumne. The fees are all the same, consistent across the pools. And then our discount ticket books we offer, those have been very popular as well. And then the last one is hall rentals. Just this last year, the Recreation Department took over the responsibility of renting the community halls, so like the Museum Courtyard, Jamestown Community Hall, Pinecrest, Groveland, Sonora Youth Center. I know I'm forgetting one, but we're in charge of renting out those halls. Currently, right now, all nonprofits do not pay to use the community halls. We are in the process of doing a fee study to basically figure out a fee that everybody would pay so that the net county cost for renting the halls would be basically zero. So we're going to come back to your board here hopefully soon with a fee study in regards to what those fees would look like for each of the halls.
Okay, any questions of the board? Okay.
I got a couple more.
You got? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump on your feet there.
So again, some possible solutions. Community halls, as I mentioned, we're looking to increase the fees to recover costs. No longer giving nonprofits the halls use for free. We do have a current vacancy in recreation.
Can I make a point on that?
Yeah.
And I think that's important, and a lot of people don't, they'll look at that and say, well, nonprofits shouldn't, have to pay and all that stuff because of their nonprofit status. But there's two reasons where that's a good idea, I think. One is that it gives us it gives them some skin in the game. Okay, we've had some, I'll call them undesirable things happen. In some cases, it mitigates that kind of stuff. And two, all nonprofits are not the same. Okay, it's pretty easy to get a nonprofit status. So I just wanted to put that out there because a lot of people don't understand really the reality of nonprofit status.
Right, and we're not looking to charge to make money. We're just looking to be able to pay the light bill and the utilities.
Exactly. Okay.
So as I said, we currently have a vacancy of a recreation supervisor position in our office. You could do one of two things. If we don't keep it, we can either reduce it to 0.8 or eliminate it altogether. If we do eliminate it, it will mean reduction in some. We'll have to get rid of some of our programs because currently right now in recreation, with that position, we have 2.8 FTEs in recreation. So losing that would take us down to 1.8, which we just wouldn't have the staff to be able to oversee all that we have. So if we lose that position, we would have to lose some programs just due to capacity. Some other options would be to eliminate the summer recreation program, the Tiny Tots program, no longer opening the Sonora Pool and offering programs there, raise fees, as we've already mentioned, and then eliminating the firefighter training program is another option. And then the last page kind of talks about what some of those net savings would be to the county. So if we reduce the supervisor to 0.8, it would save the county about just under $12,000. If we eliminated it altogether, we would save $73,000. But again, with that, we would also have to eliminate some programming as well. So with that, if you have any questions.
Okay, now any board questions? Yes, Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, we kind of, so with Tiny Tots, if we're talking about eliminating it, the most that we could possibly save is $36,077. That's the total cost, yearly cost?
Correct.
And then, so now, do we have to do a fee study if we were looking at increasing it from $124.75 to $200, or can we just raise it a
When we talk about recreation, there's a little more flexibility because some of our fees, we actually established a fee range. For rec programs, it's like, don't quote me on this, but like $1 to $500. So we have the flexibility to establish a fee based on doing an internal fee study to figure out what it costs, but we could establish it within that range. Some of our other fees, like for example, the pool rental is set at $60 an hour, so there is no range to change that. So if we wanted to change that, we would have to go back and modify the fee ordinance.
Yeah. And is that true of the summer recreation too?
Yes.
So, okay. I mean, have you, is there any way we can kind of poll the parents that are currently using those services to see what, because I've talked to several and they would probably be able to pay a bit more for some of these programs, up to a limit, you know. But given the number of people that participate in them, I think if we could raise it a bit, it would have a pretty big impact.
Yeah, and again, I think some of the fees I think are reasonable and that some of the parents can afford it. I think what will happen is you'll have kids instead of maybe doing swim lessons and basketball camp and summer rec, they may just do swim lessons and basketball camp. But yeah, we can definitely reach out to our parents. And
so is that the concern, that you'd be robbing Peter to pay Paul with some of the other programs?
Well, we're trying to make this our goal is to provide service to the community, to all of Tuolumne County, not just those that have the means to pay. So we want to try and keep this as affordable as possible so we can have a much larger range of people participating in the programs and utilizing what we offer so that, you know, the kids aren't wandering the streets, that they have positive things to do.
Yeah. And this is just, I'm just throwing this out there, have we looked at a sliding scale, something like that, where there's an income-based element to?
Yeah, we did talk about that. That's something we can definitely look at, especially if we come back with the fee study. That would add some additional costs in our office because we would have to track and monitor and verify and all that sort of stuff. So there would be some offset costs increase within our department in terms of how often do we require, what do we require, and how are we going to track the thousands of people we have.
Right.
But we could do that, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, just two kind of related things. One, if we're going to go down any path on this in this area of any serious nature, I think one of the comparisons that we need to look at is, because a lot of people do, and I'm not being pejorative about it, that it's just a reality of today's lifestyle. I think a lot of people do use some of our rec services as daycare, okay? So I think it would be interesting to know, given the fact that we provide services and all that stuff beyond just normal daycare, what the comparative daycare rates are for the same kind of amount of time or whatever, so that, in one sense, I'm not really interested in, I don't want to say take business away from the daycare industry, but because we're cheaper. But on the other hand, in some cases we want to be cheaper because, as you pointed out, you know, there's a large segment of our population that may not be able to afford daycare. So that's the second part of the equation. I'd be interested in what you were talking about just a second ago, and that has to do with how we might mechanize some kind of needs testing or something, not to break the bank in terms of additional workload on our staff, but how could we continue to provide those services to the people in the county that truly need it, while still recouping some of the cost for the services that we're providing. So, and those two things are kind of related. So I'd be interested in, only if we go down this path, but I would be interested in having some kind of analysis backing that up. Okay?
And another piece that I would be interested in is going to some of the schools. We have a number of our programs that we're utilizing at school sites, and see if there's any potential to renegotiate some of those costs, because again, I think there's dual benefits. There's benefits certainly to those families that can't afford other programs, but I think there's some benefits to the school to have organized activities there too. So think it's probably a little bit more along the lines of Jamestown and.
Yeah, and we've already started doing that.
Okay.
And some of the schools have been receptive to that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, this year was kind of a perfect storm that they were all doing construction projects that.
And I remember that conversation. I'm just saying, going forward,
Yeah,
I'd be interested in
absolutely.
that information.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comment on recreation. I'm sorry, on, recreation. Yes, sir.
Tom Barrington. I'm speaking against my interests as a I'm a board member of a nonprofit, but I think that you also, in addition to charging nonprofits for the facilities that are under the Department of Recreation, you should also look at the library meeting room, which I believe is administered by the library itself now, and also Stryker Court, which is a facility that a lot of nonprofits use. And speaking on my own behalf, I think our nonprofit could afford it, and I would hope that you would charge a reasonable fee to cover at least the expenses and overhead. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to reply to that?
Yeah, just so currently, as part of the fee study, we are looking at all of the different facilities the county has, and more of those may be coming under our purview. So as part of that fee study, those will definitely be included as well.
Yeah.
Good
Yes, sir.
afternoon. Ron Kopf. Just, I'm not quite sure how it is now, but as a parent that had two kids that were lifeguards, I can tell you that when they were doing that, there was a problem trying to get adequate staff to be lifeguards that were doing a lot of your summer programs. So if you increase that too much, you might be shooting yourself in the foot for trying to staff some of these other things going forward with that, which I know was an issue in the past. And then on your golf program, you might just touch base with Tulalip Golf Course, because I know the tribe has put a program in place that if you're under 18, you can have a golf membership for $100 a year. So, I mean, that's an amazing program. So there might be some things they can do with owning that golf course now that they could look at some kids programs and dovetail in with that. So it might be something to look at.
Thank you.
And actually, Tulalip is actually who we contract through for our golf program.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Kathleen Haff, candidate for District 4 Supervisor. And I would just like to encourage everyone to try to think outside the box in forming partnerships to help with recreation. We have formed some pretty unusual in the day partnerships, like with the ambulance. So I'm suggesting either public-private or public-public. And for recreation specifically, I can suggest two different things. I know the Adventist Hospital has a wellness program. Maybe there's a way of combining wellness with recreation and forming some kind of alliance there. Another possibility would be a public-public partnership with the college, the Columbia College. Possibly, I don't know if they have a recreation program of any sort there, but there might be some kind of way that we can interface with them. So those are just two off the top of my head, and I would encourage the community to keep thinking about this and come up with some really approachable ideas.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other public comment, Daniel, you're out of here.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
Thank you to all my staff who have prepared this information.
Thank you all. And since I'm anticipating, not hoping, I'm anticipating that there may be a lot of the public that is going to leave at this point. Before you leave, I want to thank all the members of the public for coming and participating in this. Your comments are very valuable, and we are very happy that you've been here and are wanting to help us through this process. And you certainly are welcome to stay, but we put recreation and libraries up front for a reason. We knew that there was a lot of public interest in those. So thank you very much for coming. And with that, we will move to our county administrator.
Are we ready here? So I anticipate that the next set of departments
Are you in green?
I am.
Okay.
Can you not hear me?
I'm hard of hearing. Go ahead.
Okay. So I think that the next set of departments will probably go a little bit faster than what we did with some of the more community-related programs. So what we're talking about specifically is the county administrator's office. And the county administrator's office, for those who don't know, is also comprised of human resources, and we oversee a bunch of other different types of programs. So we're going to talk about some of those today. So the county administrator is appointed by the Board of Supervisors and serves as a chief executive officer for the county. And so and when we say county administrator, I just want to make sure that, I know you know this, but, obviously it takes a team to make the county administrator's office work. So when I say county administrator, it reflects all of those in our office and so many more able to make all of this happen. So your county administrator's office is responsible for enforcement of all county codes, ordinance, and regulations. We are responsible to conduct all of financial activities and the efficient and economical growth of the county operations. And when I say that, these are actually pulled from either the ordinance code that outlines the authorities as given by the board of the county administrator, and they're also within the job classification that your board has approved as well. So the county ordinance, actually it's 2.12, it says that the county administrator shall supervise for the Board of Supervisors the administration of all county departments, offices, and institutions, covering the board whichever the board has responsibility of. So if your board has responsibility and you appoint that department head, we are the administrative oversight for those departments and those department heads. We also have the responsibility to act as the administrator for the board and administering all policies, procedures, regulations in which the board has authority to apply. So with that said, our primary duties are budget, board policy. Your county administrator also serves as your board clerk. I am the personnel officer, and of course we have human resources. That is a part of our department. We are charged with all capital projects, except for road capital. Let's put that one out there. That would be scary. Office of Emergency Services, and then legislation. And then the staff of the county administrator's office serves as direct staff for the Board of Supervisors. So as we in our office have been looking at what are some of the things that we could do to be part of the solution is there's a couple of things that we could do. We could move the oversight of some of the departments that used to be in our office back into our office. And we've looked at the elimination of 1 to 2 FTEs within our office as well. If we were to do that, eliminating staff and then taking on oversight of departments, it could inhibit our ability to be available to serve the board and department heads, inability to staff board committees and commissions, reduce staff time for legislative work, and reduce visibility in the community. We've taken our offices, we've tried to be very proactive, as you know, when we were able to move some of those departments out of our office to begin working with departments and department heads in a very proactive and assertive manner. So we do consider ourselves staff for departments, not just for the Board of Supervisors, and we want to make sure that we can continue doing that. If we were to eliminate 1 to 2 staff, that's approximately $100,000 to $200,000, so it could definitely help, but it would definitely inhibit our ability to serve the board and our departments. And with that, is there anything you want to add?
I think that's just when we talk about some of the functions we serve, we're looking at federal and state mandates and regulations that are impacting us, and if we really want to get out and make a difference, we have to have the ability to do that. And those, while we want to be part of the solution, reducing that staff would inhibit our ability to perform that work at the state and federal level.
Yeah. And
Okay.
that's pretty much it. We're happy to answer any questions if you have
Okay.
any.
I'm pretty sure I understand what you do. Any board questions? Okay, any public comment? Thank you. And it's your turn. Where are you going? Oh, okay. Okay. For those of you that are not familiar with her, this is our county council. and that's the real boss of the office. It appears to be on. There you go. We're live.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Sarah Carrillo, County Counsel, and I'm here with my amazing, talented assistant, Leah Morales, and we are pleased to present the County Council's budget. Okay, so our mission is to provide quality, accurate, and reliable legal services to our clients. And we are a full-service law office that handles civil matters for the County of Tuolumne. We support every county department, including elective offices. Our services include advisory, transaction, litigation support on issues of vital concern to the county and its residents, such as public safety, adult and child welfare, land development, environmental protection, real estate, contracts, public finance, taxation, public works, elections, and so on. The Office of the County Counsel is a mandated service pursuant to statute. So the government code provides that we are the legal advisors to the Board of Supervisors and other county departments. Decades ago, throughout California, it was actually the district attorney's offices that handled civil matters for the Board of Supervisors. But eventually, all counties in California separated the civil legal advisor for the county away from district attorney's offices, and boards created offices of the county council. Once the office has been created, then the civil duties that were vested in the district attorney transfer over to our office. So this quote is from a United States Supreme Court case, and your board has seen it before, but I like to use it because it reminds us, and it is the foundation of the attorney-client relationship. That's the relationship that our office has with our clients. It states that there are few of the business relations of life involving a higher trust and confidence than that of attorney and client, or generally speaking, one more honorably and faithfully discharged, few more anxiously guarded by the law or governed by sterner principles of morality and justice. So as your board is aware, we are an internal service for our county clients. We serve the public by our service to our clients. Part of our job is to ensure that our departments can conduct their business in a legal manner. And most people have no idea who county counsel is, so this is my opportunity to share with the public who we are. We are 4 attorneys, including the one and only Leah Morales. We are experienced attorneys. We have dedicated our careers to public service. Every member of my team believes that it is noble to serve our community, and we don't just view it as a job. It is a passion. It's something that we were called to do. The areas of law we practice are diverse, and for the most part, we are generalists. We do develop some expertise because we all take on certain departments as our assignments. As the law evolves, we have to evolve with it. And also, I cannot say enough wonderful things about my staff. I know your board knows that, but they are amazing. They are hardworking. They have steadfast integrity. They're committed to the mission, and they're also a lot of fun. So for our last fiscal year accomplishments, just a recap. As county counsel, my office does not have an independent policy agenda. Our agenda is your board's agenda. So our mission and our accomplishments are what your board sets out for us. And you will notice here some of the things that your board had set for the last fiscal year as priorities, which are things my office participated in. Your board made adopting the general plan one of its top priorities, so we worked closely with CRA consultants and outside counsel in order to accomplish that objective. We also worked closely with other county offices to draft Measure M, which was the commercial cannabis tax measure, and that was on the November 2018 ballot. And then, of course, economic development was a major, took a lot of time from our office in the last year. And then for this upcoming year, we anticipate we will be continuing to support your board's priorities. We're in active litigation revolving the or regarding the general plan. As soon as that is resolved, we intend to help CRA move into some of the zoning updates that your board would like to accomplish. And then, of course, we're going to work closely with all of the departments when it comes to fire and roads, et cetera. So as your board also is aware, being a political subdivision of the state, one of the county's primary roles is to deliver services that are mandated by the state or federal governments, but administered by the county. So sometimes the board doesn't actually have a lot of discretion to decide what services it performs. For instance, health, welfare, criminal justice, elections, recording of documents, weights and measures. Those are all state-prescribed, county-administered functions, and a lot of those programs come with mandated performance standards. And also, once the county counsel's office has been created, then there's many statutes that actually place duties upon county council offices. So this is a pie chart that Carlin created, and she's very proud of herself. I'm proud of her, too. And it basically, we looked at fiscal years 16, 17, and 17, 18. We pulled our time entry, because all of our attorneys entered time. We pulled that information. It's an average. Pulling information out of our system is very cumbersome, and so that's why you only have 2 years in front of you. And I have to thank Leah for all of that hard work that she did. So this pie chart shows all of the working hours that myself and my staff have done for those 2 years. Each member is a working member. There's no ability to have just a supervisor-only position, so we all perform the technical tasks required of us. The data shows we work approximately, the 4 attorneys, 8,200 hours per year. That means each attorney is working 2,000 hours a year. And just for frame of reference, in order to be considered a full-time county employee, one has to work 1,680 hours per year. So that number's arrived by reducing, vacation, holiday, sick time. So basically, 4 attorneys are doing the work of nearly 5. Now, getting into the chart, you'll see that the green portion is labeled social services. That means my office spends 34% of our time performing those mandated duties and assisting social services. We categorize that to include behavioral health, public administrator, public guardian, child welfare, health department, and veterans. 30% of the time, that's the purple, that shows our time devoted to your board, to the CAO, to human resources. Then we have 10% of the time, it says OCC. That is doing kind of internal work, although that number's actually skewed because when we were doing this process, we realized we were not all entering time in the same fashion. So I assume that's going to change because what we were doing was instead of entering time for a particular department, we would enter it into our own county. So department. So that's going to change. It'll go down. We spend 8% of our time providing services to development-related divisions, 6% to JPAs, and 6% to public safety. Although in reality, public safety is deserving of much more time. We just have not found the bandwidth to be able to provide them those additional resources. And then you kind of have the other, which includes, finance or IT, et cetera. And just to make it clear, with those mandated services for child welfare and adult protective services, we provide work, and we work with them on a daily basis. So think of those as the child abuse cases. Sometimes it's elder abuse, or it's people who cannot take care of themselves for various reasons. So there could be a criminal aspect to a case. We don't do criminal cases. Because criminal cases have a different focus, a different burden. The outcome in a criminal case may not resolve all the issues when we're talking about a child abuse situation, and that's where we come in. We work with social services to ensure that children are protected. So that may mean removing them from the home if necessary. That may mean providing reunification services to families, or just ensuring that they have a safe, permanent home. And I have basically one attorney dedicated to that caseload. The last time we checked, we had 154 open cases, and that attorney is in court almost daily on that caseload. And that's the same thing with, for instance, public guardian's office and people who need conservatorships. We work with them to ensure that those people get the appropriate care that they need, with the goal to hopefully be able to provide for themselves one day. Okay, and this is just another visual to see that some of the other type of work that we do. It's a very small sample. You can see in calendar year 2018, we reviewed and responded to 117 Public Records Act requests. That took 23 days, so time. And then contracts, 534 contracts we reviewed. So I just wanted to give you a different visual in terms of the kind of the work that we do, and wanted to paint the picture of what a typical day in the life of county council is. And because everything we practice is so diverse, we can go from an employment law matter to a contract review matter to a Brown Act issue to something for the grand jury. We vacillate between land use, reviewing claims, working with outside counsel, meeting with our departments. So we sort of just bounce around. Okay, so then this is really, the CAO directed us to submit two budget versions. One is the minimum mandated and one's the recommended. And we don't actually maintain data in terms of what's mandated and not mandated. The way that we look at it is if a client assigns us something, because they, for the most part, control the work that comes to our office, we consider it mandated. We don't tell them, no, we're not going to provide that service. There are some things internally, though, that we can potentially stop doing. Certain types of training that we provide to our clients. For instance, it's not required that we provide, services to JPAs. Those right now it is because the forming bodies have inserted in their formation documents that we are the legal advisor, but that could be changed. It's not mandated that we provide work with outside counsel on, for instance, general plan or water law. Water law is not really a core county service, but your board was interested in participating in the Don Pedro FERC relicensing, and having experts in water law, an area that's very specialized, has really been invaluable, and I think it puts the county in the best position possible. And that's the same thing with a general plan. It's not required that we have outside counsel, but I think not having it was not going to help us get to the goal of having that adopted and putting the county in the best position possible as we go forward with litigation. So the biggest difference in the minimum mandated versus the recommended, in minimum mandated, I have reduced one FTE, that was an attorney assistant position, and I reduced out all costs associated with outside counsel. And then in the recommended, I maintained leaving out the one FTE, so there will be no attorney assistant, but I did put back in money for outside counsel, because we know we're in active litigation, we know we're in a FERC proceeding, and I think it would be unwise not to do otherwise. And I would also just note our budget's very tight. There's not fluff. There's no big projects. There's no big like capital and no big equipment, and so everything really comes down to people and providing the service that your board and our clients' departments need and deserve. So that's why you'll see essentially it's a person that I have recommended in the recommended budget.
Okay.
I also want to note one thing. Once litigation is complete, and we're working on, hopefully that will happen soon, that's not an ongoing cost, so that cost will be reduced. And then I'm happy to answer
But
questions.
by the same token, you have no idea about future litigation either.
That is true.
Thank you. Board questions? Public comment? I'll just make one comment. If we cut too much someplace, this is probably one of the places that can get us into the most trouble, okay? And we could end up in court. So just a comment. But I thank you for the exercise that you went through, and thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
I think we're up to County Clerk, Auditor, Controller. Wearer of several hats.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rutherford, board members, Tracy. Oh, it's not on. We'll start again.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rutherford, board members, Tracy and Sarah. My name is Debbie Batista, and I am the county elected county clerk and auditor controller. And with me is my wonderful assistant, Jessica Tucker. Okay. The offices of the county clerk and auditor controller are three. There's elections, the county clerk, and the auditor controller. Most of the functions that these three offices do are all mandated. There's only a couple programs that we provide, and we'll get into those in a little bit, that aren't mandated. However, they bring in more money than they cost. So we're going to start with the easiest one. We're going to start with elections. And as Sarah pointed out, the elections function is mandated by the state of California and the federal government. So the elections office provides many services, and I'm not going to read them all. I'm going to talk about a couple of them that maybe people don't really know about. Our main function is to provide a fair, accurate election for all federal, state, and local races and measures. But two of them I thought we'd kind of talk about a little bit, just because they're different, is if one wonders how all of the propositions get on the ballots, they start out with petitions. So in all 58 counties, the elections person, the register of voters, my office, receives all these signed petitions, and we have to validate those signatures, send it off to the state, and then the Secretary of State determines whether or not that measure will be on your ballot for you to vote on. The other thing that we might want to talk about a little bit is how do you terminate an elected official? That's through the recall process. John will remember that a couple years ago, we had a recall election that did recall all 5 board members of the Groveland Unified School District. Tuolumne County made the New York Times and the LA Times. Mm-hmm. What this slide is showing you is just the budget that the board adopted for the elections office and the actual expenses. As you can see that the elections office only has 2 FTEs, full-time equivalents. The elections office works on a lot of volunteer time. We did have one volunteer in the audience. I don't think she's here anymore, but they put in hundreds of hours that help us that you're not going to see in these costs. We do pay for some of the poll workers like less than $100 a day for them to be there 12 to 16 hours that election day, and also to go to the training. Here is voter registration since 2014. It has increased by almost 10%. Our population has not increased by 10%. I'm hoping that it's because the voters of Tuolumne County want to be involved. And the other thing that you should note, and I tell you all the time, we have a great turnout on every election, always higher than the state, and usually one of the top 5 or 6 counties. So beginning with the March 2020 election, we will begin using the Voter Choice Act, or SB 450. At the end of this presentation, there's some slides, and if we have time, we can get into that. But Robbie and I are going to do another presentation, and I think that's when we will talk about it. This new model will save money for the county of Tuolumne, but that probably won't happen until after this year. There will be better choices for voters. They'll be able to go to vote centers. There's more days that they can vote on. Every voter will be given a vote by mail ballot. It's just a different way for voters to vote. But in 2019-20, there's some one-time costs that we won't incur again. Now we're going to go to the county clerk's office. In the county clerk's office, we issue marriage licenses, we issue fictitious business name licenses, and just for reference, we have a great database in the county clerk's office for the businesses who register with the county clerk's office. When we are talking about doing a business license, we probably want to use that database since we share that database with the assessor. But anyway. We'll go back to that on another day. We also have other functions. We keep all of the oath of offices for all the county employees. And as you can tell, the county clerk has a lot of mandated costs. There's another page of the mandated costs. Go on. What we have in the county clerk's office that are not mandated costs is that we are not mandated to perform marriage ceremonies. We perform about 100 marriage ceremonies a year. We bring in about $3,600 for those 100 marriage ceremonies, and we're not required to be the agent of issuing passports. However, Tuolumne County elections or county clerk's office is the only facility that issues passports, and the Calaveras County does not. So for the citizens, we are a great service, and we don't establish the rate for the passport. The federal government does. We made $45,000 last year issuing 1,200 passports. So even though it's not mandated, it would not be a really wise to get rid of that program. Okay, now we're going to get into the County Auditor Controller's Office. We're going to look at the overview of the department. We're going to look at the mandates of the department, the staff allocations, the staff costs, my services and supply costs, my budget, the challenges and opportunities of this office. Cool. I want you to look at that slide and look at all the shalls. The auditor controller has a lot of functions that they have to do. I am not going to read that to you. Instead, I'm going to give you the blurb that I give to everybody who we interview who wants to be employees of the auditor controller's office. The auditor controller's office is the financial arm of the county of Tuolumne. Every single financial transaction flows through my office, and not just for the county of Tuolumne. We also have the schools. We have special districts, we have CSAs, we have different kinds of funds that we have to account for, and that all flows through my office. The mandates of my office are general accounting. That's the recording of all that activity I just said, and being able to give reports to the different departments so that they can see what their activities are, compare that activity to the budget that you all pass. We have cost accounting for some of the different reports that we have to send into the state of California for us to get our mandates and to get us paid. We do special accounting for all those special districts that we talked about. The majority of the fire districts in the county of Tuolumne, the auditor controller is the auditor controller of record for them. We record all of their activity. We do accounts payable. Like I said, we pay all the bills. We do financial reporting, not just to the departments, not just to you, not to just to the CAO's office, to the state of California, the federal government, anybody who has a grant. Every time we get a grant with Sonora Area Foundation, there's a report I have to send to them once we spend the money. And of course, we do payroll. We pay about 750 people every 2 weeks. Most of them are county employees, but some are not. We pay the payroll for the Superior Court of Tuolumne County. We pay for some of those special districts we talked about, the Fire District, Carter Cemetery District. Property tax. Property tax is a three-legged stool with three different departments, and you're going to hear from the two other departments right after myself. But the leg that has to do with the Auditor Controller's Office is that we put all the tax rates on the tax bills. And once we turn the tax bills over to the treasurer and he collects, or tax collector, and he collects them, the auditor's office allocates all that property money. Again, not just to the county of Tuolumne, but to all the schools, all the special districts, in and outside of our pooled cash. We have to account for that. We have to do reconciliations to them. We send reports into the state of California. We get audited every 7 years from the state of California to make sure that we've allocated all of that property tax correctly. We also do internal audits. You probably don't know this, but I am required on a monthly basis to determine that the funds that the treasurer has in his possession is balanced and accounted for. We do a cash count and an inventory count for the treasurer's office every single month. We also are the department who keeps track of the budget changes and the modifications and sends out the reports to all of the different entities that we deal with so they can keep track of their budgets. This slide shows you my staffing. One of the things that I really want you to see is that my staffing does almost all of the different mandates that is required. We don't have, except for our payroll person, one person who just does one function. And I have the best staff, and I've said that to you guys before. Everything that LA County does in the Auditor Controller's office, the County of Tuolumne, and my 13 people downstairs does too. We just do it on a smaller scale. We don't run as many checks, we don't pay as many people, but everything that they do, we do. These people work really hard. In my lucky 29 years that I've worked for Tuolumne County, I have never had a staff member who said to me, "Ain't my job, man, I'm not doing that." That's because I have a wonderful staff. The next slide kind of just allocates the whole budget for the auditor controller and the different mandated functions that we have to do. You're real aware of how our different budgets are. We have services, we have salaries and benefits, we have service and supplies. This is the auditor controller services and supplies. And what you can see from this budget is that of our 207,000 services and supplies, the majority of it is either required, the audit, SB 90 where we get money back, the cost plan, some of the professional contracts that I have for ADP, I have with our sales tax. And then if you take out the mandated costs internal that the county charges, there's not a lot of money left for me to make choices about where I'm going to spend it. The next slide shows you just the budget and the actual for fiscal years 15 through 19. Again, we've had a staff of 13. We haven't grown in many, many, many years. Here's the challenges for the Auditor Controller's Office for the next 12 months or so. We're implementing the Central Square software. The same staff that does all of those functions that we talked about is implementing this system. We're doing the data entry, we're setting up the new system, we're changing all our business processes, we're doing data conversion. So those efforts are competing with our normal work. And what I want to make sure is that my wonderful staff doesn't get burnt out. We heard that from different departments. This is my third conversion in my tenure at Tuolumne County. This is the only conversion I did not have relief. I do not have consultant time, and my staff is doing all the data conversion and not IT. So this year is very stressful for my staff, and I just don't want to burn my staff out. We also are dealing with an old financial system that we've had in place since 1999. We're having issues with that system periodically. I know you've heard from your CAO some of the challenges they've had with the budget system. We have some of the same challenges with our finance system. We have a great IT staff, and they were able to help us through them, and we come up with different workarounds. But it is stressful, and we need to get onto this new system. So let's look at the opportunities. This new system is going to be a fully integrated ERP system with finance, HR, budget, and payroll. We will be able to, because we chose, one of the things that the partners, the CAO's office, the HR department, and our office, when we looked at all these systems, one of the goals we had was that we were going to step back, not look at what we do today, and look at the new system for opportunities to change our business processes and make the system more efficient, make the system more user-friendly, But that takes a lot of change, and that takes a lot to set that up. When this new system is put into place, we will have lots of those efficiencies. I can't say we're going to be paperless, but we're going to be close to paperless. It will be that when one department puts in a journal entry, they will send it to the next department. There's not this piece of paper that's going to be inner office to everybody and they get to sign it. Everybody will have availability to the system. Everybody will be able to drill down on the system, see the check, see the claim, see your payroll and who those people were that you had for overtime, how many hours they had. But all of that needs to be set into place. It's going to be a great, efficient, new system that hopefully we can grow with and will make all of our lives easier. We're going to have workflow where there will be conditions, and if they're not met, then they go to the next person to approve. There won't be the bottlenecks that we have today where somebody's out, it sits on their desk, it will go to the next person. Departments will be able to see things in real time. They send something to my office or they send something to another office and we approve it. They'll be able to go into the system and see that right away. The system will be a whole lot more flexible. The report writing will be a whole lot easier, that different department heads can get out reports that pertain just to them. The sheriff can have a report that sits on his desktop that every day that he logs in, it will be real numbers, and the numbers will change for all his overtime, if that's what he wants. It's going to be a wonderful system. We just need to get it into place. And we believe that once we get the system into place, then the auditor's office can look at the auditor's office, because some of the functions we do today, we won't be doing with the new system. Then we want to look at a new organization in the office, and so that we can accomplish more things in less time, probably with less people. I cannot do that until this new system is put in place. So with that, do you have any questions?
I do have one question. You mentioned we do the court payroll. Do we get reimbursed for doing their payroll?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Thank you.
I have another question. When you talked about, you not only get reimbursed for the payroll or for doing the payroll, but that's state court money that you're paying them with, right?
Yes.
She was checking.
No, we absolutely do. One of the requirements that I had with the state, or with the court, the Tuolumne County Court, and I had a great relationship with then presiding judge Du Temple, was that I made him keep two payrolls of his payroll in our pool, so the county of Tuolumne is never upfronting the state's payroll.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Real quick, so
Supervisor Kirk.
in here I was looking for any recommendations for changes, but if I'm hearing you right, you're saying you're not making any recommendations for changes because you need to get this new system rolling out. You need the manpower to do it. And then you want to look at reorganizing.
I do have a plan for reorganization, but I've shared it with CAO Riggs, and I've shared it with a couple other people. But one, we want to be from Missouri. The system, we're promising a lot of stuff. Probably 95% of it will really happen. But we really need to make sure the system's in, it's working the way that we want it to work, and then I want to do the reorganization.
What do you what do you anticipate the timing on that to be?
Well, we hope to be going live with finance in January. But there is a function of the new system that doesn't work for Tuolumne County. The vendor is promising us that in their next release, which is in November, that will be fixed. It has to do with cash receipts. That is a showstopper. The county of Tuolumne cannot stop accepting money. So if that goes as timely as they're saying, we're hoping to have a January go live for finance. We're hoping to go live the very first payroll in April for HR and payroll. Budget, once finance is in, budget will be in. So we're hoping by the end of this year, all the systems will be in, we'll be comfortable with how they function, and then we can look at the changes we want to make.
Okay. Any other board questions? Public comment? Seeing none, you're out of here. Thanks, Debbie.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we're going to do, I think, one more, and then we'll take a short break, if that's okay with the rest of the board. Okay, Treasurer Tax Collector.
Turn on. You? I don't know. I haven't used PowerPoint.
It's all right. Liz is going to help you.
Thank you.
She's an old hand at this stuff.
There we go. Just yours. Thank you. Thank you, board members, and for allowing us to share what our department does. Appreciate it. I'm Justin Burtwhistle. This is Michelle Ronning. We're from the Treasurer Tax Collector Department and the Office of Revenue Recovery. Our department is responsible for the collection and safeguarding of public funds. We work closely with the assessors and the auditor's office, and we provide accurate and professional services to taxpayers, county departments, and other local government agencies, and others. We'll describe each of our three divisions separately. In addition to technical maintenance and reconciliation of the tax rolls, our knowledgeable tax collector staff is responsible for providing customer service to the public, help them understand and pay their property taxes. It's important they receive this assistance to help them avoid late penalties, liens, and public auctioning of their properties. These unfortunate remedies are not uncommon, but they're vastly reduced.
Is your mic showing green?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you could just speak into it a little bit louder, we're having trouble.
All right, okay.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So they're vastly reduced by effective collection and customer service efforts. Yeah. Tax collector staff also processes and collects transient occupancy tax from hotels and short-term rental hosts. Our treasury staff, which is the same staff, is responsible for providing secure cash and deposit services to the various county departments and local government agencies. We verify the accuracy of deposits and quickly forward them on to the bank. The treasurer also manages county's temporary investments, which includes pool funds from other local agencies and county schools, special districts. You can see our property tax collection rate for Tuolumne County compared to other counties in the state. For secured property taxes, we're right on the mark, and for unsecured, we're significantly exceed the average. This chart illustrates how streamlined our department is. These are the nearest California counties in population size. So for each of those counties, it shows the population. Here's their annual budgets. That's the 18-19 budget, adopted budget for each of those, except for ours is proposed. And you can see we significantly do better than they do. Those are total cost numbers, no net of anything. They're just apples to apples. And the last column, you can see our full-time equivalent staff does better than the other counties too. we're at 4.5, which has actually been 3.5 since just immediately preceding the budget, the hiring freeze. We've been at below skeletal crew in the tax collector's office. I do have some plans, revenue opportunities, for transient occupancy tax in particular, I call it leveling the playing field. The transient occupancy tax has been pretty much on the honor system. Hosts who don't know they're required to register, we're finding there's a lot of them, and through our host compliance program that the board implemented.
Can I stop you there real quick with a question?
Sure.
On those TOTs, are those that were previously not filing, were those predominantly Airbnbs, or were they?
Other than Airbnb, yeah, the other short-term rental hosts, houses.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But not the Airbnbs, the VRBOs and those other websites, yes.
Thank you.
And a number of people, so we have that in place. A couple plans I have, enforcement. We know of several taxpayers who need some, we haven't really been neglecting the accounts, but if we put some substantive attention into them, I think we could collect on those TOT accounts, larger ones. And auditing, if we introduce some sampling and go find out what it is that people, the filers are making mistakes or omitting, we could educate them and teach them how to properly file their tax returns and help out with the revenue. These are those two, the enforcement and auditing. I'd like to get to. I wanted to get them to them this summer, but it didn't happen yet, just because of basically because of the 4.5 number. There's been 3.5 all summer, so I'm hoping we can get back up and running here soon. The tax due date starts for this fiscal year. The first one comes here at the end of this month, and so we're really going to have a difficult time right about then. And that's for tax collector. Our other department is revenue recovery, and this is Michelle running. See if I can figure out how to get that one up.
A little icon down there with the screen on it.
Can I ask a question while they're loading up?
Yeah, go ahead.
With the TOT recovery or the businesses that haven't been registered, is it are you saying it's because of the lack of the position, or just because this is new information that's come forward that we realize there's a bunch of groups that haven't been registering or paying?
So there's a couple. Host Compliance is a company that the board decided to hire, and it's turned out to be effective in finding hosts who are advertising on VRBO and the other websites. Airbnb it doesn't count because they pay us TOT directly. They collect but the other websites don't provide that service. And so Host Compliance goes and finds people who are advertising who aren't registered with us and aren't filing tax returns. And they let us know, and we send them a letter. And we've gotten a lot of responses so far. We're still underway. I would like to have been further than we are at this point. But yeah, we've been very short-staffed, so we'll get caught up.
So it's a new study that's providing this information?
Correct.
Relevant new, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to talk about the Office of Revenue Recovery. I'm going to switch slides. So a little background, the Office of Revenue Recovery was established in 1988 to function as a centralized collection unit to provide county departments and the Superior Court with professional collections of debt. Our office works closely with departments to collect money due, while at the same time providing assistance to individuals seeking to clear their obligations to the county. So our staffing, we have a total of 6 employees. We are under the umbrella of the Treasurer Tax Collector. So as a revenue recovery manager, I manage all aspects of the department. We have a senior collections officer who is the lead officer and assists in my training, participates in the more complex and difficult accounts, and also does all of our legal work. Then we have 3 collections officers who divvy up all of our collections, and they're responsible for servicing, collecting, and enforcing the receivables. And our office assistant provides office support to the department and also works the front counter and answers the telephone. So who we collect for. Our office mostly collects for the Superior Court, collecting on court-ordered fines as well as victim restitution. We work very closely with the probation department. We collect work release fees, electronic monitoring fees, and test fees. We also do collections for the sheriff's office, public defender, agriculture, and these are items such as booking fees, alarm registrations, live scans. We collect outstanding medical debts for the ambulance and behavioral health departments, and we collect parking tickets for the City of Sonora and Pine Mountain Lake Association. And our office also services all of the home and business loans by helping with payments, amortization schedules, loan payoff quotes, and foreclosures.
Can I ask you a question really quickly? In either the case of the County Superior Court or let's say the City of Sonora, I mean, it looks like all the rest of them are kind of functions of the county. Do we get any like 10 cents on the dollar or anything like that for what we recover for?
I'm going to go into some of that, but yes, we are reimbursed.
I'm sorry, I got out in front.
Oh, no, you're good. So how we collect, our office has in place the tools and collection software programs to be a fully functional collection entity. So we send out notices, we make collection calls. We use skip tracing and the Department of Motor Vehicles to locate people. And we're able to verify wages and state benefits by using the Employment Development Department. And we have the ability to intercept wages, bank accounts, lottery winnings, and state tax returns. And our staff is also educated on filing liens, and we go to court quite often to file judgments. That way we can secure our debts. So how we help the community. We collect restitution for victims of crimes. We can offer payment plans to help ease the burden of debt. We offer a single point of contact for the public who have multiple accounts. We bring in revenue for other departments to relieve the burden of them having to collect so that they can provide services to the community. And in some cases, such as the home and business loans, the funds we collect can be reinvested back into the community. So next I'm going to talk about the revenues. So we get our revenue sources from a few different places. We received interest on the judgments. Those are the judgments we secure. We charge a fee for people to set up a payment plan for the court-ordered debt. We receive a rebate from the state to help offset the collection of restitution. And we also track and bill our time to the state. So that's for all the court collections. So we're reimbursed for all of that work. We also charge non-general fund departments a percentage of their collections to offset our costs. So total revenues are expected this year of $593,000. So for expenses, besides the salary and benefits, our expenses include the yearly contracts for our collection software, the skip tracing and EDD contracts, mailing costs for notices and statements, and we pay for process servers, loan foreclosure specialists, and the franchise tax board who helps us collect our debt. We also have a small training budget, and then this year we do need to replace a few computers. So total expenses are looking at $603,875. So if you take my revenues minus the expenses, we're looking at a net county cost, not including mandates. This is not the mandated cost of $10,875. Next. So our collections. I've broken down the last 3 years and then an average of our collections. So for last year, our collections for the general fund was approximately $246,000. Non-general fund departments was $351,000. Superior Court was $1.9 million. That money goes to the state. Housing and business loans was $465,000. And so total collections for last year were just under $3 million. But if you include our department's revenue, we generated a total of $3.6 million. So at this time, I'm not suggesting any type of restructure. Back in 2017, when there were budget cuts, we did lose some people due to layoffs. So we had to streamline our processes and procedures. And what we did was we created new forums, got them up on the website, made them more accessible. we scanned all of our documents so that collections officers had all that information while they were on a collection call. And we eliminated the in-person interviews. And we also restructured our payment plans to be more in line with the county ordinance that we follow. So those impacts have resulted in shorter lines, quicker response times for our collectors, and just steadier collections and happy customers all around. So that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions.
Okay, any board questions? Yeah, go ahead.
How many staff layoffs did you have in 2017?
One.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Michelle, you were here, so I'll ask you during that restructuring. Didn't you do some, within the two functions, didn't you do some cross-training as well? Or
Yes.
some cross-functioning, or I don't know exactly what the right word is.
Yes. So I don't know if people remember, our office used to be in the front when you walked in. That was the Office of Revenue Recovery, and Treasury and Tax Collector was sort of in the middle then after the elevator. So what we did was we moved our office to the Treasury side and moved the Treasury into the Office of Revenue Recovery. So now we have staff members at the same counter for tax and revenue recovery, so we can help each other out when there's long lines, opening mail, processing payments. We also, the TOT that we collect, they use the collection system that we use, so we're able to integrate that, and I've cross-trained the tax and treasury staff on that as well.
Okay, I just wanted new supervisors to understand. They did do some fairly, I won't, well, yeah, I have to call it innovative, but it was certainly some major
Major changes.
restructuring down there, so it was very beneficial. Okay, with that, any public comment? Okay, seeing none, you're out of here. Thank you too, both. Kane and Whitman. Oh, I'm sorry. I did say we're going to take a break. So we'll come back at 10 after. My compatriots are about to kill me. Go ahead and start a little 10 seconds early. We're going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors. And next on the agenda is the Assessor Recorder.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Kanan Whitman, Assessor Recorder, and with me is Reed Adamson, the Assistant Assessor, and Carol Jackson, the Assistant Recorder. And behind me is Andy Matos. He is the Archives Manager. So I'm going to go ahead and start out with the Assessor Recorders Department first and take it from there. So, So, in short, the function of the assessor's office is to discover and inventory all taxable, real, and personal property in the county and to determine a fair and equitable value to be enrolled on the annual assessment roll. These functions are largely dictated by the California Constitution, Revenue and Taxation Code, and the State Board of Equalization. And to kind of give you an idea of what the 601 assessment roll is, it involves all mapping duties and assignments of parcel numbers to maintain and update the name and mailing address, property characteristics, legal description, and revenue districts of each assessee, to maintain the integrity of the mandatory audit program, to process all exemptions such as homeowners exemption, veteran, welfare, church, religious, historical aircraft. It also includes processing all mining claims, boats, aircraft, possessory interest, and business property statements, and to process all real property transfers and building permits that are required for reassessment. And then it also includes other state and county mandated programs such as the Williamson Act, the Timber Preserve Zone, disaster relief, parent-to-child exclusions, base year value transfers, the Mills Act, and new construction exclusions. And so just like the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, I just kind of wanted to give you a comparison of what other counties are doing within the Assessor's Office. And as you can see, Tuolumne County, the net budget to the general fund is $911,000. And if you also look at the net roll value, we deliver the highest return in assessed value per dollar allocated in the budget. And if you also look at our staffing, We're at a staffing level of 10. Calaveras is at 14. Amador, which is smaller, is at 11. Mariposa, which is also much smaller, is at 11. And Siskiyou County, which I believe we're about 10,000 higher in population-wise, is at 15, and Sutter is at 17. Tehama is at 19. And so I just wanted to just kind of bring this up. When you compare it to other counties, our workload, which you'll see on the next one, is we get much more out of our staff than any other compared county similar in size. So to kind of break it down, the biggest activities we do are the permits. The permits and transfers. So we get about 16,000 documents recorded in the recorder's office each year, and of that we have one person who has to examine all those documents, determine if there was a change of ownership, and if that change of ownership is reappraisable. And so last year we had a little over 5,000 of those 16,000 documents result in a change of ownership. Of those changes of ownership, 2,822 were reappraisable. We received a total of 1,975 permits that we had to review against the file to see if there was any new construction added to that assessee. And if you go ahead and just do that same comparison to other counties. So first off, I should have pointed out, so all this data is coming from the State Board of Equalization report on budget and personnel. All counties are required to do it. Not all counties do actually do it. But if you go ahead and just look at the reappraisals each appraiser has to do per week, we're at 18.1. The next highest is Kings County, which is 100,000 people larger than us. They're at 17.7, but the average is 11.1. We're 163% above average when it comes to appraisals that each appraiser has to do. And the same goes for the permits. For valuing new construction, each appraiser has to do 8.6 per week. Has to do 12.7 per week, and the average is 8.6. So we're 147% above any of what the average is for all the surrounding counties and similar like counties. And so now I'm going to move into the recorder's office. So upon payment of proper fees and taxes, we will review, accept, record, index, preserve, and return any document which is authorized or required by California law to be recorded. These documents must contain the required information and be photographically reproducible. These functions are largely dictated by the Government Code, Civil Code, and Revenue and Taxation Code. And then for the vital records, the office is responsible for the creation, registration, and preservation of all births, deaths, and marriage records from 1850 to present. We're also responsible for explaining these records' contents and to make these records available to authorized agencies and public. These functions are largely dictated by the following codes: the Family Code, Penal Code, Welfare and Institute Code, and Government Code. And I will say this too, Tuolumne County, we have a lot of home births in our county. We have a very active midwifery group in our county, and so it's kind of a service that our county provides that a lot of our neighboring counties don't really provide, only because they don't have that level of activity in their counties. But it's also something that I'm kind of proud in, considering I had 3 home births. But not me, but my wife. And then so I also just wanted to do a workload comparison, again, just with all those same counties. And as you'll see, we have the shortest staff of any of the counties, including Mariposa, Calaveras, and Amador. But also Sutter, Tehama, they didn't provide the information. And then you can see the number of documents being recorded. And the number of documents being recorded is by far the largest portion of the workload that the county recorder does. And as you can see, we have to do 104.5 recordings per week per staff in order to maintain our workload, when the average for all the surrounding counties is 69.75. So we're 150% above the average. And we are I guess Nevada County does perform a little bit higher than us, but I'm still proud of our performance. And I also have those same statistics for copies and vital records such as births, deaths, and marriage certificates as well. And so I did just want to touch on the revenue that these departments do bring in that are not within our cost center but go directly to the general fund. And it's roughly, it's over $17 million in secured property taxes. It's $490,000 in unsecured property taxes, $200,000 in supplemental property taxes, $225,000 in state reimbursements for the homeowner's exemption, and $475,000 in the documentary transfer tax. As Debbie did point out, this also involves the help of the auditor's office and tax collector's office. And so just kind of moving forward on the assessor side, we're going to continue to streamline the office as much as we can. We'll be coming to you guys looking to update our disaster relief resolution. So it doesn't involve a claimant's signature, and we can just kind of move with the information we have rather than doing mailings back and forth. We also are going to propose considering adding a fee for the parent-to-child exclusions who late file. The reason why we want to add this fee is because when they late file, we have to undo all the work we just did, and we are wasting a little bit of time redoing work that, had they just filed the form, that we wouldn't have had to do. And then we're going to continue to increase our web services, such as the online business property statements and assessor forms. And then on the recorder side, we're going to continue to work with IT to get e-recording up and running. And at a later point, it's going to be another board discussion that we're going to have in connection with other departments as well. Fatigue is kind of setting in on the recorder side. They've been with 3 people now since 2010 or 9. And so I do consider their staffing understaffed, and it's been that way for a while. And fatigue is just starting to set in. We're starting to find errors in indexing that's resulting in a little bit of additional work and additional hours. So what we're going to look to do is kind of bring an item before you where we are going to stop recording at 3 p.m. instead of 4 p.m. like we currently are, and actually close the office at 4 o'clock. This is going to have an adverse effect on the clerk's office for passports. Say somebody's in a rush and they need their birth certificate, or for marriage licenses to be recorded. But it is something that we kind of need to do. We were hoping to kind of add additional staff, but we see that that's not an option, so we are going to bring this back at a later point, but I did just want to make you aware of it.
Keenan, you might also talk to David. He has a similar issue in his office with window services and stuff like that, and he's actually gone to they just take a half day off once or twice a month. Not off. They're working, but they close that window for a half a day once or...
Yeah. I'll touch on it on the next one. So the recorder has certain fees that we receive for being open on all on a certain schedule, and it involves certain hours that we have to be open, and we would want to keep that in play.
Sure, but what he found is productivity and performance actually went up when he did that. So what you're talking about probably is not a bad thing to consider.
Absolutely. We just need to figure out a way to help with fatigue and to kind of condense the recording times, and that so we can concentrate on balancing at the end of the day, the end of the week, and the end of the month, and all the other things that are going on. And it is something. Yeah. And then so I guess I just had some thoughts from the assessor recorder. I did just want to again touch on staffing levels on the assessor side. So back when we really kind of made some cuts back in 2010, 2011, it dropped it down to 11. We did grow it by 2 positions when we had a matching grant from the state. That grant went away, so those 2 positions went away. And then last year we also dropped it an additional position. And to my knowledge, I want to say we are at the lowest level of staffing for the assessor's office in the history of Tuolumne County. And so to drop it any further is really going to affect our ability to complete the 601 assessment role like we're required to do. And if you don't work the transfers for a calendar year within the fiscal year, and you work it after you deliver the assessment roll to the auditor's office, you then have to do what's called a roll correction, which involves additional paperwork and additional steps, not just for the assessor's office, but it trickles down to the auditor's office and then to the tax collector's office. And this year, we delivered the assessment roll before July 1st, like we're required, but it was probably one of the latest. It was maybe, I want to say, June 27th. And it's just because we are really kind of pushing the limits of what our staff can actually get done in a given year. And if we continue to see increases in permits or subdivisions come on live, we could really, be in a pretty dire straits just with an increase of activity in the markets, which we're glad to see activity in the markets increasing because it means that there is construction and there is jobs and there's revenue growth. But it is something that we do need to have appropriate staffings for. We are okay making it through just as is, but these are all services that we're mandated to do. There's nothing that we're doing that isn't mandated, and to cut it any further jeopardizes what we're required to do. On the recorder side, reducing staff would most likely mean that we would not be indexing everything we record within a 48-hour period of time, which means that we would lose about $17,000 in revenue. But on top of that, if we're not staying on top of the workload and we continue to fall behind, it just continues to grow to a point where it might be insurmountable to come back. And so again, on the recorder side, unfortunately, I have the same recommendation. There's just no more personnel to cut on the assessor or recorder side to be able to continue to function as required by the various codes. And that's it. Yeah.
Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, could you explain the parent-to-child exemptions?
Yeah, parent-to-child exemptions is when a parent passes away, if it's their primary residence, they can pass the estate on to their kids and not have a reappraisal of assessed value. And so it allows the parent to be able to continue paying the same property taxes that the parent was. It was adopted as part of kind of the push of like the taxpayers' revolt, because as parents were passing away, children then had to sell off properties because they couldn't afford to pay the higher property taxes. And so that's how the parent-to-child exclusion came into play. There's also a grandparent-to-grandchild exclusion when the parent is no longer is deceased.
Is that one generation and then it's done?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, say if I pass it on to my kids and then my kids pass it on to their kids, they can continue doing that. But anything that is not your primary residence, you're only allowed up to $1 million in assessed value to be transferred.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I've got one, and it really relates back to one of the earlier presentations. Approximately what would be the tax burden increase on, say, a rancher that had a lot of acreage? Percent would be fine in terms of increased taxes if we did away with the Williamson Act.
It's going to vary from taxpayer to taxpayer. Just because of Prop 13, you have that base year value, and it's only allowed to increase by no more than 2% a year. And so if they've owned it since 1978, they're going to see a different increase than somebody that just bought a property that was in Williamson Act at, say, 2018 prices.
Let's say somebody that's owned it, it's been in the family for over 30 or 40 or 50 years.
There is a tax savings. It's not going to be as significant because they're going to have the older 1978 base year value. But what happens a lot of times within those larger ranches is there was a change of ownership from sibling to sibling, which there is no exclusion for that, so those would be reappraised. So there may be a lot of families that may think that they've owned it since forever, but as far as how we look at it for property tax purposes, there would be some reappraisable events that they may not be aware of.
But it could be a very significant increased tax burden.
For some property owners, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, public comment? We're rolling right through this. Thanks, Kanan.
All right. So I'm going to have Andy Matos join me for the archive.
Oh, okay. You got one more. Sorry about that. You're not out of here.
Not yet. And so, for those of you who guessed it right, this is Andy Matos. So the mission of the Carlo Di Ferrari Archive is to appraise, collect, organize, describe, preserve, and make available Tuolumne County records, and really kind of to just preserve Tuolumne County's written history, and also to just kind of help promote it. They also work in cooperation with county departments and county council to develop, maintain, and disseminate to departments rules, procedures, and methods for efficient and economical management of county records. To determine administrative, legal, and historic preservation needs within the county for records, official papers, and documents of historic significance. And they also provide access to its holdings for government agencies and the public per both legal and accepted professional standards. And the four-part function and underlying principle behind the establishment of the Archives Records Management Program is to foster and facilitate Board of Supervisor approved record retention schedules for county government in cooperation with county council and departments, to provide low-cost, secure off-site management of records, maps, documents, and microfilm to county departments and other government agencies, to provide efficient retrieval, delivery, tracking, and refiling of managed records, and to schedule destruction of records in a timely, lawful, and efficient manner. And so this is just kind of a list of additional services that the archive provides. It's pretty impressive what they're able to tackle. We only have one full-time position over there. It's Andy, and we have a lot of volunteers who dedicate a lot of time and also bring expertise in certain areas such as bookbinding, preservation, that they do for free. All we do is just purchase the material that they need. And they provide a lot of services. They go through, do a lot of indexing, a lot of filing for us, and just help catalog. So, as I just mentioned, we have one full-time paid position over there and 10 to 12 archive volunteers who on average work 4 to 6 hours per week. And so this one person right here, he processes 1,936 requests for service. And that's scattered over 23 different departments listed here. All these is done at no charge to county general funds. And we do have a couple clients that we brought on. So back in 2014, one of the first things we did is we took a look at all the contracts we had and we renegotiated the rates with the Tuolumne County courts. And we have also been the first county to actually store microfilm for other county recorders. We have Alpine, Calaveras, and Sutter counties as clients, and we also have the U.S. Forest Service as clients. And so as you can see, we've grown the revenue from 2015 to $28,000, and this year we will hit $63,000 in revenue. And we're continuing to reach out to other counties to try and get them to relocate their official record books and microfilm to our county to help offset additional costs. We are right now talking with Contra Costa. And so the net cost to the county general fund is about $83,000 a year. When you take in the revenue that we bring in, we are actively each year looking to bring on additional outside revenue. We're not looking to privatize it. We're just looking for other government entities to work with. And I would like to say that Andy, he's been a true asset to our archive facility and records management. We were fortunate enough to kind of steal him away from Kings County. And we also have a depth of resources with our volunteers that really serves the county well. They do a lot of cataloging for us. Some of them used to preserve books that we've gotten quotes for that would be about $4,000 to preserve and repair, and we're doing it with the help of them for $12. And it's a great facility we have over there. And if we did away with it, all of these services, they are mandated. They're not mandated to be done by the archive, but they would have to be absorbed by other departments if the archive wasn't in play. And we might have some wiggle room in supplies, but not much. We try and stack our supplies according to the expertise of the volunteers we have so we can best use them. And right now we are fortunate to just have some volunteers who are very good in book preservation and other preservations that we would like to continue to utilize to the fullest.
Okay. Questions? On my right, on my left?
Just comment that you answered the question I was going to ask about what happens if we close the archives. We still have the function that we have to do. Well, yes, it does. I'm just not talking loud enough, apparently. And it seems logical that the efficiency that you guys have now, having it done in one space, is probably going to be less money than spreading it out all over. You're not going to have Andy as the expertise in every department. So
there is that, and then there's also the record retention and destruction can be very costly if done incorrectly.
Thank you.
Currently helping county council with the records holds for the opioid litigation, and that's an ongoing project, something that we're working with them. It is on. Am I on now?
Yeah.
Okay. We are currently working with county council to on the opioid litigation for destruction holds across a number of county departments, district attorney, public defender, and others, to make sure that none of those records which are currently subject to that hold are inadvertently destroyed. One of the things that we've, and this goes to your point, Supervisor Gray, was that we've started delivering files to the various county departments. When somebody sends an email or makes a phone call and they need a particular thing, we can get them those files the same day. And if we weren't there to do that, they would have to send their own staff over to the archives, try to find what they need, and it would be much less efficient than what we have now.
Okay.
That also brings up one other thing I would like to mention. So we do the services for the Tuolumne County Courts. I've heard that their new construction plans call for an even smaller filing room, so I have a feeling that they will be leaning on our department more once they make that move. And again, if we were to dissolve the archive, we would have to unwind contracts with the counties I mentioned, with the courts, and with the U.S. Forest Service.
Okay. Anything else from the dais? Okay. Public comment. Now you're out of here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our favorite, IT. Now we don't have favorites. But when our computer goes down, this is the guy we call.
Hopefully not. Those guys back there.
Gotta love IT.
So I have about 30 slides. I hope that we can get done by 5.
Okay, you got about 0.2 of a second per slide.
I'm just kidding. I only have 5 slides.
Okay. Then you got maybe a minute for each slide.
So good afternoon, members of the board. I am your County IT Director, Roger Ruth. I have a couple of quick slides to highlight our department and our budget. My presentation will not dive into a lot of the details. It'll be at a pretty high level of what IT is doing and what our budget is. Before I begin, though, I want to talk about kind of why I was hired as the IT director. There was a couple things that really stood out to me through the process. One was when I asked the team what they needed from a director, and the first thing that was said was that they needed someone to advocate for IT. So that's what I'm doing here today. I also was told that we needed results, we needed completion on projects, we needed to fully utilize the technology solutions that were in place, that are already in place, and that are going to be in place. And you've seen some of that already. Just the move to Office 365 is one of the big projects that's been lingering for quite a while in the county. I'm not going to provide you with a lot of information about what's mandated from IT, because realistically, most everything that we have in IT is not mandated to us. We're supporting departments throughout the county that are mandated, and in order to support them, we have to meet a lot of their mandate, their things that they're mandated. I'd like to focus a little bit about our team. We have 17 IT team members. As you can see from this org chart, we have 3 vacant positions. We are challenged with recruiting and filling these positions, as you've already heard many times. We have 1 position that's been vacant for over 8 months. These vacancies limit our ability to meet the demands from the county departments. We manage and support all the county enterprise applications. We support all county departments and all departmental applications. In total, we support over 250 different applications or systems throughout the county. We manage over 120 servers. About half of those are virtual servers. And I want you to remember that number because I'm going to have that later in my budget stuff. We maintain network connections to over 30 sites throughout the county, and we support nearly 2,000 devices that are connected to that network. We take about 2,600 support tickets a year from county staff. And just if everybody took the same number of tickets, it'd be about 150 tickets per employee if we were fully staffed. But realistically, our technicians take the bulk of that. So they're doing more than 150 tickets easily a year. We provide radio support throughout Tuolumne County and maintain over 9 tower sites throughout the county. We support and maintain hundreds of radios for at least 9 different county departments. We also maintain relationships and MOUs with outside agencies to ensure radio coverage and to ensure mutual aid. We secure and protect this entire environment, which is what we have to do to meet a lot of the mandates and the security requirements for other departments like the Sheriff's Office and Behavioral Health and Health Services. I could go on with the other requirements. I heard Debbie say this earlier, but I'm going to repeat it. We support the same services that every county in California supports, including Los Angeles and San Francisco. We just do it with minimal staffing. Okay, so I'm going to bring up my flag, because I still have my flag. You guys remember my flag? Okay. So as you may recall, even before I started, I knew that IT was an essential part of the organization. We maintain and support and provide services to all county departments and beyond. We are here because the county is here. Ultimately, our services are dependent on what services the county provide, and our department is, and I look at it, our department is very similar to how facility maintenance is. They're here to keep the lights on. We're here to keep the lights on your computers and on the network. So I wanted to give you a highlight of what lives in our operating budget. I'm going to start with the enterprise solutions. We have approximately almost a full $900,000 that is dedicated to enterprise solutions. So these are applications that are used countywide or solutions like our county internet connection that provides all county departments access to the internet. We also pay for our own lease and our own utilities in our building. In our actual budget that we use to maintain and secure the environment, we're only spending about $390,000. Of that, we spend about $185,000 to maintain things like our firewalls, our switches and routers, our storage, and to provide backup power in a lot of the locations in case we have power outages. We spend very minimal amount of money, $35,000, on different software solutions that we use. A lot of that software is so that we can monitor and maintain the environment, so we can know in advance if we start having issues. If the air conditioner goes out in the data center downstairs, we'll know before anyone else does. We do spend about $157,000 on miscellaneous things, and that's vehicles, fuel for our vehicles, tools, computer replacements, and included in there is 1 server a year that we budget for. And I mentioned earlier we have 120 servers. About half of those are virtual servers, which means that about every 50 years we'd be able to replace all of our servers. So that would mean we're keeping infrastructure that is really realistically supposed to be in place for about 5 years, for a lot longer than what we should be. We also have about $11,000 in our training budget. That comes out to about $700 per person per year. We are expected to maintain and support millions of dollars worth of infrastructure and systems on minimal training. Most of my team members, when I talk to them and I ask them, how'd you learn how to do this, how'd you learn how to do that, a lot of them spent a lot of time on their own educating themselves in other means other than the training that was provided through the county. That's not untypical in IT people, but it shouldn't be the standard. Okay, so when you talk about IT, what you're really talking about is risk. So I mentioned we don't have a lot of mandated things, but there's a lot of risk related to IT. You can eliminate the budget, you can eliminate the staff, but you do so at many risks. The most common and widely known is related to security, and I've got some examples on there, but I'll talk about one of them in a little more specifics. We are spending less than $390,000 a year to maintain and secure our environment, and just a fraction of that is actually spent on security. The county receives millions of emails a month, and I shared this information with department heads months ago, and only about 1/3 of those emails are even valid emails. Over 60% of those emails that we receive into our servers are either spam, viruses, or phishing emails that lead to things like ransomware. One example that's on this list, because there's a lot of big cities and a lot of big organizations, but Jackson County, Georgia is a smaller organization that's more it's a rural county more comparable to ours, and they spent over $500K to get their files released from a ransomware attack. So my question there is, can we afford that kind of risk? Obviously, I don't believe we can. So, all right. My last slide is my recommendation. My recommendation to the board is that we do not cut anything from the IT budget and that we do not reduce staffing in IT. We're already struggling to maintain levels of service. We're not maintaining levels of service. We're barely meeting what we need to do just stay afloat. Many of our departments are not satisfied with the time that it takes for us to complete projects and to provide the services that they need. In fact, I hesitate to say this, but if the county happened to find extra funds, I would ask that you would provide more funding for the IT infrastructure and for the IT staffing. With that concludes my presentation, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to come before the board today.
Okay. I'm going to make a comment on just one of the aspects that you touched on, because I've had some extensive experience myself in that environment, and that is in the what we used to call the IT world. The nature, not only is it hard to hire people in the IT business, it's hard to retain them, and it's not a function. It's not always a function. Sometimes it is, but it's not always a function of their work environment and all that stuff. It's the nature of the personality that's attracted to that job, and they're just into constantly changing challenges. So when they come in and they solve your challenge, okay, now they're looking for the next challenge, and if it's in the neighboring county or somewhere else, they're off and running. So you're constantly in am I right? Or
You're absolutely right. I think our latest vacancy is someone who left for more of a challenge.
Yeah. So it's just it's a business, and there's others in the county, but it is a business that has a just naturally high turnover rate. So you're constantly in a training mode and in a hiring mode. Anyway, any questions, Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, not a question, just a comment on the threat, because I'm aware of Imperial County's situation this last year with the ransomware, and I think they had to pay $750,000 to get out of that, get their information back. Yep. And that was just this last year, I believe.
That was just a small sampling. I think that Supervisor Kirk sent me an article, but there are hundreds of organizations throughout the United States right now, just like ours, that are dealing with this.
Okay. Public comment? Okay. I think you're done. So that brings us to our anchor lady for the day. The anchor leg on the relay here, our Ag Commissioner. Weights and measures, air pollution control, the other lady of many hats. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rotifer, members of the board. I am Kelly Schroeder, your Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, and Air Pollution Control Officer. Today I'm going to be talking about ag and air. I'll start with agriculture, though, first. Okay, so these might not help. Our department ended the 18-19 fiscal year with a net county cost to the general fund, not including the county mandated costs, of $64,655. This included our contract with the USDA for Wildlife Services Specialist for Tuolumne County. Our programs in the agricultural department include pest detection, pest eradication, pest management, pest exclusion, nursery, apiary, fruit and vegetable, crop statistics, and pesticide use enforcement. For weights and measures, our programs include devices, weighmaster, petroleum, and quantity control. All activities conducted by my staff are mandated. Our costs are offset by contracts with the California Department of Food and Agriculture and the California Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer Association, mill assessment fees from the purchase of pesticides in California, unclaimed gas tax, fees through county ordinance, and a federal grazing contract. The majority of the net county cost associated with the Ag Department is allocated to mandated costs determined by the county and for our contract with the United States Department of Agriculture for our Wildlife Services Specialist. By operating at a minimum mandated level of service, excluding our mandated costs, our revenue is projected to be $3,583 more than our expenses for the Agriculture Department. At this level of service, we would not include the USDA Services Specialist. My alternative budget would include the USDA Services Specialist. This is not a mandated service. However, if we were to lose these services, the impacts of the human health and safety of our community could be severe. The majority of calls that he responds to are human and health and safety related. This past fiscal year, he provided technical assistance to 2,222 individuals and no fewer than 8 schools. Illnesses that people can get from wildlife include rabies, plague, and Lyme disease. According to the World Health Organization, rabies is estimated to cause 59,000 human deaths annually in over 150 countries. Due to widespread underreporting and uncertain estimates, it is likely that this number is a gross underestimate of the true burden of disease. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, human rabies cases in the United States are rare, with only 1 to 3 cases reported annually. The number of human rabies deaths in the United States attributed to rabies has steadily declined since the 1970s, thanks to animal control, vaccination programs, and successful outreach programs. Each year, around 60 to 70 dogs and more than 250 cats are reported to be rabid. Nearly all these animals were unvaccinated and became infected from rabid wildlife, such as skunks, raccoons, and bats. In fiscal year 18-19, 452 skunks were euthanized by our USDA specialists. Our Animal Control and Public Health Department, in coordination, also have animals tested for rabies. As of January this year, 16 skunks euthanized by Animal Control were tested positive for rabies. Rabid skunks have been found in Groveland, Columbia, Jamestown, Miwok, Twainhart, and Sugar Pine so far this year. People and their pets have come into contact with some of the skunks that were tested positive. The specialist removed 21 skunks from schools in our county. People have had to move out of their homes for extended periods of time into motels due to skunks. The number of skunks euthanized by the USDA specialist in fiscal year 15-16 was 119. Although we do not have the numbers for rabid skunks euthanized by the specialist, he has observed many of the skunks showing clinical signs of rabies before he euthanized them. Again, this past year, 452 were euthanized. The number has almost quadrupled in the past 3 years. This is a problem that is not going away. Larger wild animals also pose a threat to the safety of our citizens and to our livestock and pets. As reported by USDA in the report, Death Loss in Cattle, U.S. cattle and calves due to predator and non-predator causes in 2015, Coyotes accounted for the highest percentage of cattle deaths due to predators at 40.5%. Coyotes also accounted for the highest percentage of calf deaths due to predators at 53.1%. In 2015, in California, 1,100 cattle and 8,180 calves died due to predators. In this past fiscal year, the USDA specialists removed 42 coyotes from Tuolumne County. In an effort to look at ways to offset the expense to our county, we have researched other counties contracting with USDA's Wildlife Services. They use various models to offset the cost of providing an integrated wildlife management and depredation program to their citizens. Cost recovery options include, but are not limited to, charging homeowners at a partial cost recovery amount for wildlife control services involving raccoons, opossums, and skunks. There are also private businesses that provide these services for a fee. However, we were unable to locate one with a license in any of the following counties: Tuolumne, Calaveras, Amador, or Mariposa. Charging the city of Sonora for urban wildlife control services is another option. Sonora does not share in the cost of providing nuisance, depredation, or human health and welfare wildlife services for their citizens. Charging agricultural operators at a partial cost recovery amount for wildlife depredations, and charging at a full cost recovery for all services provided by the USDA trapper. The USDA trapper wildlife services specialist serves a vital role in Tuolumne County. He assists in keeping ourselves, our pets, and our livestock safe. Without his services, we run the risk of unreported contact with potentially rabid animals and homeowners trying to remove animals from their premises without the proper tools or training. They could not only hurt themselves, but could potentially injure a neighbor or bystander. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Supervisor Brennan.
Yes, am I correct in saying that in this last year we were classified as a rabies endemic county by the state of California?
I am not aware. I would have to find
The
that out.
vet that is associated with sending the samples in, Dr. Wes Whitman indicated that we were.
Okay.
Supervisor Campbell.
Let me make sure I'm correct and understand. If I had a skunk cornered in my basement and I called you and the USDA wildlife specialist came to capture and euthanize the skunk, assuming it was rabid, would I be assessed any charge for those services?
Not currently, no.
Okay. And
But potentially we could try and do some cost recovery.
how much would it cost if I were to hire an unlicensed pest removal to do the same service?
I don't have those figures, but I do know that other counties in our area, Sacramento, for example, charges $25 to set a trap. Nevada County charges $90 to set a trap. So I do have some county fees, but wasn't able to get any pest control business information.
I see. And when you say set a trap, that means capture the animal and
Well,
take
you
it away.
try and capture
Okay.
the animal. So you set a trap in hopes that you will be able to capture the animal.
But you pay for the trap.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, public comment? I think you've got another one, right?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, we have public comment. So, thank you. I looked down too quickly.
You were just wanting to skip us.
Go ahead, sir.
Bob Brennan, Tuolumne County Cattlemen's Association and Director on the Farm Bureau Board. As a livestock, as we raise cattle, and we use the services of Ron quite often. His importance in Tuolumne County, it's very important to the livestock industry. Just 2 weeks ago, my son, he raised some orphan calves on a nurse cow. They put them on a very small pasture just below Twain Harte just 2 weeks ago, and it was less than 2 or 3 days. A mountain lion came and killed them. So Ron was right on it. I never heard if they were able to trap the cat, but we have pastures, actually, Sherry and I and our family in Tuolumne County, that we can't even raise pairs on. Cows can't calve there because of the mountain lions. So we have to use other pastures down in the valley. So it's very important to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question, please, sir?
You had to know that you weren't getting off that lightly.
Would you consider talking with the associations you're affiliated with and Ms. Schroeder and see if they would be willing to look at some cost recovery or some assistance in assisting with this budget item?
I think we could take it to the Farm Bureau Board and the Cattlemen's Board, and we could, because of the importance. You know, a couple of calves has a huge value, and we've all been through it. So, yes, we probably could.
Thank you.
Okay.
Without speaking for the board,
Correct.
but we will take it to the boards.
Thank you. That's a brave man.
Did I? Yep. Oh, well, I'll get that. Did I send a copy to you, Kelly? Okay. Oh, maybe it'll stay here for a minute.
Okay, I don't know if you folks were here before, but in all fairness, because I did earlier, I've imposed a 2-minute time limit on public comments. So I just let you know so you're prepared ahead of
If
time.
I don't make it through it, you can read my comment.
Okay, thank you.
Members of the board and chairman, as a bit of background for those, sorry about that. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Jim Maddox. I'm a graduate of Oregon State University. My Bachelor of Science degrees in Wildlife Management. I moved to Tuolumne County in 1969 and was with California Department of Fish and Game's wildlife biologist for this area until I retired in 2000. I've been told Ron Anderson's job is not classified as public safety. Therefore, his job is potentially on the chopping block, and in an effort to balance the county's budget. You've heard quite a bit about this already from Kelly, but you're going to hear a little more from me. First of all, over the years, I can't think of a single public school district in our county that has avoided an incident involving legitimate mountain lion scare. Those scares resulted in the school being placed on heightened alert. The schools have experienced mountain lion sightings on their campuses at one time or another, and Mr. Anderson has provided invaluable assistance to the Department of Fish and Game personnel in resolving many of those incidents. His extraordinary skill and knowledge of animal behavior has been paramount in our success mitigating any problems. The potential for an episode between a curious lion and running, screaming children is very real and should be recognized and respected by all. And I really emphasize that because lions, their urge to chase is triggered by things that run, and little children are pretty attractive. And we've been very fortunate in this county. Potential for an episode between a curious lion, well, I already got that. Predators interpret creatures as running potential prey, and children, particularly small children, should be considered at risk. Is that all I got, Carl?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay.
I'll give you a couple more seconds, but if you can just summarize.
Well, like I said, Kelly talked a lot about problems as far as rabies are concerned. Ron has been integral in keeping from having something bad happen. There's also the possibility of plague, which has occurred in the county before. And certainly he might be called upon to help out there too. So he's a very important person as far as public health is concerned.
We get it. Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Okay. This is off your time limit.
As a member of, I think you're still a member of the Fines Committee.
Yes.
Would you be willing to take this issue to the Fines Committee and have a conversation about, because it is important to a number of sectors?
Absolutely, we would.
Some financial
Yeah.
participation in this.
And we need to investigate all options there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And just for the record, I did give the other gentleman that went a little bit over time to summarize as well. So I'm not playing favorites.
Jim Phelan, a member of the TCRCD and the Fine Committee also. I'm fairly familiar with Mr. Anderson's work because we went through this same budget process several years ago, and we did come up with some money for him. There's many, the stuff he does around the county, even though he does a lot for the producers, you had a lot of local mom and pop people with their llamas and their goats and stuff that they were up here pleading for Mr. Ron Anderson. And if you look at the number of people he contacts each year, that man is busy. He's a wonderful asset to our county, and we need to keep him. Any questions?
He looked right at you. I don't know why. Okay. Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Kristen Langner, and this is Mark Abraham, obviously with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. We just wanted to show strong support for retaining the services of the USDA specialist in the county. Counties like these with high or decent mountain lion and bear populations, having somebody to take care of some of these problems is very important in areas like this, because not having a trapper doesn't mean the permits aren't going to get written for these homeowners to take these animals. What it does is shifts the focus, especially on the bears and lions, to putting that on the homeowner to take that animal himself. And so you create a potentially very dangerous situation for some of these homeowners who don't know how to handle guns and don't know their wits around wildlife, and they're running around neighborhoods possibly with guns, trying to shoot at a lion that is now taking off. And you have this, possibility of injured wildlife that are now a greater threat, than the one that was uninjured. So there's lots of unintended consequences for, removing this position. If you could keep them in any capacity, we strongly, strongly encourage it.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other public comment? Seeing none?
Oh,
You got one more,
I
right?
have one more. It's very quick. Air Pollution Control District is not a general fund department. However, I just wanted to bring it up to the board to let you know a little bit about what they do. The main purpose of the Air Pollution Control District is to enforce the federal and state Clean Air Acts. Our air pollution staff works on both mandated and non-mandated programs. Mandated programs include, but are not limited to, permitting, inspections, burn permit program, air monitoring, and Title V permitting. We also work on non-mandated programs such as the Carl Moyer and Farmer program, which enables industry to upgrade their equipment to be in compliance with emissions regulations. We also ran a green waste program and a wood-burning stove program this year. The air pollution control budget again, is 100% funded through state subvention, permitting fees, motor vehicle registration fees, notices of violations, and administrative monies from grants. The air district also pays for a portion of my salary as the air pollution control officer and a portion of my staff salary who do administrative work, and the agricultural staff who assist with the burn line and other duties when we are short-staffed in the air pollution portion of our office as we reside together in one building. A time study was determined in the past to determine this amount that is rolled over. So that is my presentation for air pollution, short and sweet. Are there any questions?
Okay, questions? Okay, public comment? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, right now, that's the last presentation we have today. I'm going to open it up to the board. Again, this is, staff is not looking for or probably don't want any direction today. This has been for information for the board and ancillarily for the public. So I'm going to open it up to the board for any comments or anything that they might want to say before I go ahead and close the meeting out. And I'll start with Supervisor Cook.
I'll just say thank you to everybody who's participating. This is going to be tougher than I thought. So appreciate everybody's time. And somebody made a comment about us helping that individual. And I just want to publicly say that was a God thing because that guy should be dead. And we're lucky that it happened here. So I'm just glad I was in the right place at the right time.
Okay. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I agree with those statements, obviously. I'm glad to see so many people from the public here today. This is a real education for all of us about the different departments and what they do and how vital they are to providing services in our community. I'm hoping that as this process goes, we are able to find an equilibrium where we can be fair to all of the departments and maintain services where we can, and where we can't, we can reach an agreement that's as little painful for everyone concerned as possible. I think is the goal. So it is a difficult process, but it's good that it's being done out in the open with as much public input as possible and input from staff. So a lot of work has gone into getting to this point, and so I just want to thank our administrator and thank the department heads for getting us here. So.
Okay, Supervisor Gray.
Okay, I make it pretty short. I think the public should really see from these presentations how efficient county government is, how much we do with the small amount of people that we have. And it's always difficult. I've been through the 2010 most difficult. Every time do we get to this point, it's it's gut wrenching. It's really hard to do. So we'll figure it out. Thank you,
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah. Thank you, department heads. I think this has been very beneficial to go through this exercise. I hope the public is really listening. And for our staff out there, I know there's been a level of anxiety, and please don't make any assumptions. We're going through a process to put this all out there. And I would say the same thing to the public. Please don't make any assumptions. I don't have any, and I don't believe anyone on this board has any predetermined outcomes. This has been an exercise to be very transparent. And again, I would remind us that with all of the services that we're providing, we provide those services for our constituents. We provide them for the city of Sonora. We provide them for different districts. We provide services. Actually, a lot of the services that we provide are for folks that are recreating on our public lands. And so the breadth of what we do is very deep. And it has consequences for everyone. So please try not to have any preconceived ideas or assumptions. This is a process. Thank you.
Okay, before I make my closing comments, I'll ask our CAO if she has anything that she would like to say. No? Okay. I do want to thank the public for their participation. I hope you appreciate both the information that we shared today, but also the underlying anxiety that is probably keeping almost every one of our employees awake at night as we talk about each and every one of their jobs in one way, shape, or form or another. And I want to echo Supervisor Brennan's words. We aren't, well, I don't know. I know I'm not, and I trust her she's not, and I'm very confident that none of the supervisors up here or the CAO or anyone else, department heads, have made any predetermined notions on how we're going to fix this problem. This is very, very tough. But I hope the public took away, if nothing else today, that they took away that this county government, regardless of what your preconceived notions were, department by department by department, is pretty much doing more with less than the other counties when we compare ourselves to them. I thank Kane and Whitman for being very blunt about that, but if you were paying attention, every single one of the departments basically was talking that same message. I have been now, I'm not the senior person on the board. John is. He's done 2 more budgets than I am on this board. But he did 2 of the most difficult ones before I got on. There has never been a budget drill in this county that we haven't had to cut some positions. In many cases, we've been fortunate just to cut positions that were vacant. So not in all cases that means someone's head was on the chopping block, but we've always had to make cuts. And those cuts ultimately mean that those positions, are, even if they're unfilled at the time you cut them, it means they're not getting filled. And everybody that works in the desks around the desk of that vacancy is pulling more and more of a load every single time. And every single time we've tried to add staff to fix the workload problem that we've got, we've ended up having to undo it the next budget cycle. So, you know, we're trying to get back to 2008 levels, but it is working. What we talked about earlier, the fact that state and federal mandates continue to increase, the funding continues to decrease, which means we have to do things that we weren't doing last year, and we don't have the money to do it. And that's the reality of local government right now. Hopefully, we're going to take that on. We have been taking it on, but we're going to take it on harder. And the only way we can do that is in partnership with other local jurisdictions. Because if we try and do it on our own, we are a voice crying in the wilderness. So this isn't the only thing that we're working on to try and fix our long-term problems. And for those that are offering up, I appreciate the ideas at the podium. We are looking for revenue solutions because we're not going to be able to fix this on the cost side alone, because next year we'll have another cost problem. So if we don't try, we're going to look at revenue options. I'm sorry. I don't like that, but we're also going to do that. So we're not, this isn't just a one-edged sword. It's a multi-edged sword, really. And we're going to do it. I believe, because I have ultimate confidence in our CAO and our department heads, both elected and appointed, and my contemporaries on this board, that we're going to do it as best we possibly can with minimum impact to our community. But the reality is there will be impacts. So I really hope that the community appreciates the openness of the process. And I really thank the community for participating in that process. And ultimately, I thank our department heads and everyone that works for them. I'm sorry we're having to put you through this, but I don't know any other way. But I want to thank you for your participation and your integrity. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting.